So,
Just the storm came through.
we have a new guest.
Yes, sir.
He goes by Gene. It's not Gene Shalit.
No, it's Gene Dreher.
Okay.
Yeah, people find me in the Sentinel and either love me or hate me. But
So, how old are you? What do you do? Social Security, credit card number?
yeah, right. I'm old enough to be retired. I moved out of Grand Junction, started first grade in 1955.
Mm-hmm.
My folks came back here, retired in 91, built a house. I lived at the beach, a little town called Hermosa Beach. Got into politics, got irritated came back from the aerospace plant, got irritated, had downzoned my house. And I said, any idiot can be on the city council, I'm going to run. That was wrong. But I learned a lot and ran twice. Second time I beat the incumbent mayor, but still didn't make the cut. But that's fine. First time, my buddy, Irishman who owned my favorite local bar, beat me. 3 weeks later, he called me up and said, well, one of us is smart, and the other one of us just ruined his life for 3 years. So, after John set the stage right there, I didn't care. I found that I could do almost as much damage by hanging out and talking to people as I could by being up there on the dais.
Yep.
And had more freedom. I finally kept saying, hey, you know what, I'm going to move back to America. And I did.
Left the People's Republic of California.
The People's Republic of Northern Tijuana, yeah.
Yeah. And you were Southern California.
I was in a little town called Hermosa Beach, 3 miles south of the LA airport.
Yep.
I had a client in Yuma. I used to literally fly over my backyard to go to Yuma.
Yeah.
But, no, John used to say, Hermosa was nice, formal attire is socks.
Socks.
But,
More than flip-flops?
if you're going to get dressed up, you're going to wear socks. Otherwise, yeah.
That's great.
And I did that for years at, the beach.
Is it
I
coming
had
out over there?
3 of these. And people in town knew the dogs. They didn't know who I was. They knew the dogs.
They knew the dogs.
Although there are a lot of the Democrat women who knew who I was from the letters to the editor, because I learned to write the letters to the editor. I was talking to one of the guys that did politics. We weren't normally on the same side, but we're sitting together in the back of the city council meeting, laughing and stuff. And this woman comes up and she says, "Oh, let me introduce Gene Dreher to you." And I took one look at the look on her face, and I said, "See, I really don't have horns." She wasn't sure.
I've learned it's a lot harder to hate up close, and so sometimes actually having meeting someone in person, they realize like, oh, they're not so bad. That usually goes away fairly quickly once you're, I think a lot of people are just keyboard warriors. They get really brave behind the keyboard and.
Yeah, well, I think so, and I think that our biggest problem is we just don't communicate enough. We get trapped in these Pavlovian word games, and we don't, because most of us feel the same way about stuff.
Yeah.
Or really close to the same way. The differences are in implementation sometimes, not in goals or desires.
Right.
And I had some success at the beach by laying all the cards up, face up on the table, and letting.
Do we have a second ashtray? Oh, we had 2, didn't we?
I bet it's.
What happens here? Asian Becker? Yeah, one of the things I would do if I could run my life over is I'd learn a lot more languages.
Yeah, I'm kind of feeling that now. Like I'm 31, and I kind of wish that I had dedicated some of that 20s free time to something a little more resourceful.
Oh, well, let me tell you, I'll trade you 40 years.
So, You want
No,
to partake?
thanks.
No thanks?
No,
Okay.
no, my COPD doesn't like it, and my mouth doesn't like it.
Fair
So
enough.
yeah,
Fair enough.
We also have whiskey. If you're so
whiskey I'll do.
I've got some rye, and then I've got a Yellowstone, which I really like. It's a real smooth whiskey,
The bourbon?
or bourbon whiskey.
Oh,
It's not the stronger one.
You said this is a rye?
This is a rye.
I'll go for the rye.
Yeah. It's not as, not that you'd say sweet, but it's not as caramely as normal whiskey. I think I like the ryes.
Ryes also can have a very unique kind of like bite to them.
I have a nephew who bartends and manages a bar and bartends and stuff in Santa Cruz. And they all came out to see Dad last summer. And he looked at the Angel's Envy bourbon on the shelf and says, "Oh, that's pretty good, but you really ought to try the rye." It was stunning.
Really?
My bar owner buddy said before Prohibition, most of the booze in the country was rye.
Okay.
And it only changed to Scotch because of the Kennedys. Who were importing, smuggling Scotch in like crazy.
Yep.
Not that drug smugglers ever became politicians in this country.
No. Do you want ice?
No.
Some people think it opens up their whiskey a little bit, and others think it just waters it down.
Yeah, well, again, with the Scotch drinkers tend to do that.
Okay.
Rye and Irish, I tend to like neat.
Yeah, some people will put a single drop of water into their whiskeys because it separates the oils and the
Oh,
top surface.
this is
gets-
good rye.
It is. That's the bullet rye.
Bullet rye. It's hard to beat.
I'm walking number 3 dog. One of our walks would take us around to a little neighborhood market, liquor store,
Okay.
owned by a Lebanese guy. And it was generally, the clerk was generally his Mexican employee. And I was out of Irish whiskey. I wanted some Irish. And Julio looked at me and said, "Hey, I got this bottle of stuff. They made me buy it. The distributor. I'll give it to you for $10. I said, "Okay." I ended up with a bottle of Bullet bourbon when it first came out.
First came out. Wow.
And I'm going, "Oh, I'm not really a bourbon fan, but this stuff is really great."
Yep.
Gold medal at the San Francisco tasting that year.
Okay.
Yeah.
Nice.
And what year was that?
Don't ask an old guy what year that was. Unless it's a girl, you know.
Like a ballpark? I don't actually know when Bullet started producing.
Check. It was 90s, someplace in that.
90s, huh?
Out of Central.
So you said you're a computer guy.
Yeah, I have a funny degree in interorganizational social science. Or, you know, I was corrupted by anthropologists in my youth.
Oh, nice. Very nice.
And, the chairman of my graduate committee was a psychoanthrolinguist.
Psychoanthrolinguist.
Okay. Deconstructed. A psychologist,
Right.
anthropologist,
Anthropologist.
and a linguist.
Twist.
He cared about how people thought about things using language across cultures.
Yeah.
He was a graduate of Reed College in Portland, and was a Harvard Fellow. And he fell into building consumer products for big consumer goods companies, General Foods and stuff like that. And he built 10 in a row that performed the way he predicted, which is 10,000 to 1 shots in a row. And learned a lot from him. Good genius. 375-pound, about your size guy, put both you out to that.
Yeah.
The reason I know is they weigh as much as my motorcycle. You know, and yeah, like I said, it was a genius. And everything's descriptions. The people who like you are going to use nice words and nice descriptions. The people who hate you are going to use bad words and bad descriptions. You can't do things that you're not going to like the worst description of.
Yeah.
But it's just descriptions. And his market research and everything, I mean, nobody comes close to it. The guys that do with politics are hacks. And we tried to convince then Senator Kuechel to hire us. And Kuechel sent us back a letter suggesting that we were really Satan incarnate.
Wow.
And how could we do this? Gary Mauser was the TA at the time when I was an undergraduate, went off to France and played with French politicians. I ran into him 20 some odd years later. I do NRA stuff.
Yeah.
And so I'm reading on something, and there is some guy named Mauser, Gary Mauser, who's talking about something. A gun guy named Mauser is kind of interesting anyway,
Oh, yeah.
right? And yeah, no, Gary had gone up to Vancouver and was teaching the university up there. And we traded. Would you not chew on your leash? I know. We measured the effectiveness of Peace Corps workers among the Quechua Indians. In Peru, they preferred tourists 10-1 to Peace Corps.
Yeah.
You know, we never got another government contract.
Yeah.
We had the only thing the company, the only tangible product the company produced were three-dimensional graphs, which at the time we made by sticking little flags and blocks of styrofoam.
Yeah.
But you could look at them, and they put things that were like each other near each other. So, I mean, what silly descriptions like a happy pickle. We could tell you all the things that made a happy pickle. Brawny paper towels is one of our products. Okay, because they were, and what I learned from Volney was that people know what they want. It's a matter of describing things so that your description matches their description of what they want. It's not a matter of convincing them that they want something or selling something to them. I mean, you just think that you're selling something to them.
Yeah.
And I think with politics, this gets us frustrated.
It's very subtle stuff, but I get what you're saying.
Yeah. Well, excuse me.
Trying to tunnel out. Steve McQueen.
Just sit there and be good. But Dad, I don't do good well.
Remember that show Wishbone? On PBS or something like that? It was a dog. No, I think it was this same breed.
Same breed.
Yeah.
Note the mouse.
Ooh.
No, that's cool.
Or Stingray.
No, it's a mouse. It's a mouse. They're going to do a children's book. It's a mouse. But, so, I'm an inventor, science fiction person, right? Grew up on Heinlein stuff and everything. In the 90s, I was watching Babylon 5,
Yeah.
which I thought was brilliant.
Yeah.
And,
Was that the like marionette?
No. It was the first one. It was the exteriors were done on PCs. That my
Okay.
name is Strelzynitsky. Okay, it has angels in it, but it took me 3 seasons. I suspected it to begin, but it took me 3 seasons to get there. Outstanding. My love life consisted of serial epic romances. Big high highs, No, it was big fun, right?
Yeah.
So I'm watching Babylon 5, and Claudia Christian is doing her shtick. And I look at her and I go, son of a gun, that's the same model I'm getting rid of. And now I had a hypothesis that that's right.
Yeah.
So I went out to meet Claudia.
Okay.
And yes, before working in Southern California is kind of boring and ugly sometimes, but I figured I was going to collect movie stars.
What do you mean by collect?
Oh, and you just meet them, talk to them,
Okay.
to hang out, drink with them or whatever.
Yeah. People who are not so closed off that you can't access
So
them.
we used to do a thing called the Hollywood Celebrity Shoot,
Okay.
which was started by T.J. Johnston, who was an NRA board member at the time. He also had a gig on General Hospital.
Huh.
6'2", 3", poster boy,
Yeah.
radio voice, heartthrob.
Yeah.
And so every year we went off and shot shotguns for a weekend. It was mostly beat people, okay? Jerry Mathers was there every weekend,
Really?
and I really liked that. I had Epic Productions as a client. I literally ran into Jean-Claude Van Damme one day.
Yeah.
Little guy my size, nice guy.
Okay. Jean-Claude Gosh darn.
Jean-Claude gosh darn, yeah, there you go. And so, anyway, so I decided that I want to go off to a sci-fi convention at the Burbank Airport to meet Claudia. I'm doing a little research, and she's got an interview someplace, and she says, yeah, I always get these psycho bitch from hell parts. So, I show up, and she's signing pictures with her gorilla behind her, which I gave her an extra 2 points for showing up with her own bodyguard, right?
Yeah.
And signing everything, and I looked at her and I says, are you really a psycho bitch from hell? And she says, yes. And, I used to do her email list for her, and I had drinks a few times, been to her house for dinner, stuff like that. A really interesting person, graduate of Laguna Beach High School. There was a tiny place at the time. And has made her whole living off of acting. Interesting people. It's an interesting business. The suits at the top are snakes, but most of the people in the middle are nice.
Yeah.
So who else were you able to collect?
So, again, science fiction. Claudia Black, who probably one of the nicest people I've ever met.
Where was she from?
She played a part called Erin Sun in an Australian sci-fi called Farscape.
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 Yeah.
Oh.
The aliens in Farscape were mostly done by Jim Henson's son.
Yeah.
So think of Muppets with claws and teeth,
Yeah.
and you got the aliens from Farscape, and the plot was Australians think about things really weirdly,
They do. Ever so slightly weirder than U.S. and U.K. I think.
So one of the guys who's done acting in Babylon 5 is Billy Mummy.
Okay.
You're way too young. But Billy Mummy was the little kid in the black and white Lost in Space
All right.
in the 60s. Okay? And Billy Mummy and Miguel Ferrer, Jose Ferrer's son, put together a comic book, a graphic novel, where the hero is a bull terrier. And so I went off to meet Billy. And that was really interesting. He could be the twin of a guy I used to know, a neighbor of mine from Connecticut, who's also a computer geek, but rock and roll band, rock and roll musician band, all of this. Yeah, okay, strange people.
Yeah.
The world is really weird.
So, you're a huge sci-fi fan?
Well, I'm not that big. I'm overweight, but not that big. Yes, I'm a pretty good sci-fi fan.
There's a good Jerry Seinfeld bit where he said, like, yes, I am a single man. There are no other men attached to me.
Yeah, but English is such a fun language. Woola here.
Yeah.
Woola,
Yeah.
okay, is named after the Martian Caliph in The Princess of Mars,
Okay.
Edgar Rice Burroughs.
Okay.
And I hadn't read it until I watched the terrible Disney movie, John Carter on Mars. And most Disney things, the CGI was great, the plot was, and I'm reading some board and some guy says, it's terrible, you gotta go read Burroughs. Because Edgar Rice Burroughs, the guy who invented Tarzan, wrote This Princess of Mars. And Disney did their normal job of taking 3 or 4 plots, throwing them in the blender, and coming up with a movie.
Milquetoast soup of a plot,
And so that's how the ugly. He's too cute to be ugly, but anyway. I decided my last bull terrier died 10 years or so ago, and I couldn't get one with Dad when I was living with Dad. Didn't want the old guy tripping over one, and so I had a long time to think about what I was going to name him and stuff like that, and Willa bubbled to the top. I thought about training him in Klingon, but that was a little bit more work than I wanted to.
You may have been the first person to ever do that, though.
Did you ever watch the series A Person of Interest?
I am familiar with that, but I know my siblings watched it. Like Mandy watched that.
Yeah, I never got into
That was kind of one of those like post-Lost rip-offs that
No,
a very cerebral kind
it's
of.
very cerebral.
Yeah, but it
Oh,
came
the
after Lost and kind of followed in its
Savell.
shadow.
Who did the Passion of the Christ and stuff, was the hero in that one.
Oh, yeah.
Jim Caviezel?
You correct my pronunciation.
That's okay. I was like, I think I know
I don't
what you're
speak this language.
talking about. You speak Klingon.
There's a little bit in there where he takes a military dog away from some skinheads, and they don't realize that the dog has been trained in Dutch.
Yep.
Interesting.
Yeah, and it's like, but it's a great movie. It's about surveillance and government and that sort of stuff. Which the other main character is a gimpy guy with a bad leg and stuff, which was really neat to see. Somebody like that doing a major part and stuff. But
So,
I think there's a whole lot of stuff that I see that was science fiction in the 60s.
So have you seen 2001?
Yeah.
Oh, that's my favorite movie.
Oh, yeah, it's okay.
Have you seen Solaris?
No.
Okay. That was kind of a response to 2001 from a Russian filmmaker, Tarkovsky. And he was an Orthodox Christian. And his movies were quite out there, but they're very interesting and compelling. And
Solaris, huh?
yes, it was a kind of a response to Kubrick's 2001.
That's interesting. Kubrick made great movies. Okay, and his attention to detail and everything.
Yeah.
I had a girlfriend in college. We could speak NADSTAT.
Really?
Yeah.
Figuring out your Razoo docs, what to do with the evening and that kind of stuff?
Yeah. It's and stuff like that. Went off to see Gene Bradbury.
Gene Bradbury.
Right now I'm conflating.
Ray Bradbury?
Ray Bradbury.
Yeah.
He was going to England to film Fahrenheit 451 at the time.
Yeah.
And
With like German actors, right? Didn't it have German actors in it?
yeah.
It was very European. I never saw it. One of my favorite books. I never saw that adaptation.
The movie's not bad.
Okay.
From the book, most book movie things are horrible. The worst example.
HBO did a Fahrenheit 451 recently, and they set it in the future.
Well,
It didn't work.
I
Everyone
wouldn't.
hated it.
I wouldn't touch anything from HBO. Thank you. Remember what I said about Suits?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, the worst movie adaptation of a book was Verhoeven's Abortion with Starship Troopers.
Really?
Oh,
I didn't know that came from a book.
you got to read the book. The book is 180 degrees off of what that movie was.
Really?
Oh yeah, yeah. Verhoeven hated. Heinlein is very political. Heinlein got involved in politics. He's from Colorado.
Okay.
Interesting guy. Graduated from the Naval Academy. Was a naval officer until 34 or 36 when they retired him because he had TB.
Yeah.
He had a gold mine in Colorado.
Oh.
And then he figured out that he could make money writing books.
Okay.
And he wrote everything from truth confession novels to science fiction, everything.
Huh.
And I gave Pastor Denna a copy of Stranger in a Strange Land because that usually, as soon as I say Heinlein, they say Stranger in a Strange Land and they lock up. They bring up the cross and garlic and totally lock up. And I said, well, okay, Mike, you ever read it? Here, go read it. You know, decide what you're going to do with it. And stuff. But Starship Trooper is a lot of political content in it. It describes what's going on now. And it was published in 60.
Wow.
And Heinlein had this pretty well wired. The other one that I tell people to read is The Moon is a Harsh Mistress.
Yeah. I started reading that after you recommended it. Yeah. I need to get back to it.
And it's typical, you know, as an anthropologist, I don't have any problem with, you have multiple, yeah, that's fine. You know,
Yeah.
whatever that the natives do, whatever the natives do, and they rationalize it however they're going to rationalize it, you know. But the politics of it, of running a successful revolution
Yeah.
is interesting. And Bob tried his hand at politics and got clean. There's a chunk. Okay, so Woola comes out of Edgar Rice Burroughs. Burroughs was a light bulb salesman in 1907 and figured out he could make money writing novels. I'm not sure when Princess was written, but I think it may be 20s. Sounds about right with me.
Okay.
Okay?
When was Tarzan? Do you remember?
Yeah, probably about then too.
Okay.
I listened to a really great one over the weekend, written in 21, The Efficiency Expert, which is not science fiction at all. It's just about a college kid who almost gets hung for a murder he didn't commit. And it's a great novel. But anyway, so one of the other old guys I like is a guy by the name of Edward E. Smith.
Okay.
Edward E. Doc Smith, okay? And
A writer?
And he had a galactic police space opera series called Lensman.
Okay.
First Lensman, you know, etc. And a true for the 20th and 30s, an explorer scientist thing, a Skylark of Space. So both of them interesting. In the first Lensman, there's a 2-page sequence talking about politics and election in the North American Directorate. Okay?
And this is in the 20s, you said?
This is 30s.
30s, okay.
Okay. No, actually, this book has a copyright of 50s, but he started, you know,
Started it in the 30s?
whatever. Yeah. He'd been writing through the 30s. Most of the 30s writers kind of went dark during the World War II because they were busy doing other things.
So they hung on to their stuff and...
Well, yeah, Smith had a job doing something else. Everybody had a job doing something else during that period of time. So, so I flipped out this. We are not digging through there, I'm afraid.
You're
We're going to go back to being a lapdog.
Come on, Dad. There's something interesting down there.
Yeah, I know. It might even smell good. No, and you're not going to kiss my ears and talk me into anything. But the description is about how you win an election. And I sent it to Ann, and she just cracked up. She says, yeah, and it's just exactly true now. It's the same stuff. Okay. You got the hardcore X and hardcore Y, and the bit in the middle. And the game is to play the middle. Because the X's won't go for the Y's won't go for the X's.
Yeah,
ignore
it's
them.
in the middle.
Yeah.
And will you stop it? No, I don't stop it. I want puppies and kids. We mean now I want, right?
Yeah.
Do you think that it was that way before the Industrial Revolution and radio and TV and all that came about? You so?
Yeah, I don't think people have changed a whole lot. I've gotten into Chinese movies and stuff. I was really on Prime. There is the Qin Dynasty.
Always the black helicopters. Whenever you start talking about the Chinese, I'm kidding.
This is like Southern California, only there it's the cops.
Oh, there's a Grand Theft Auto down the street.
The Qin Dynasty epic, except Qin is spelled Q-I-N. And it's a biography, of Yin Zhang, the first emperor of China.
Mm-hmm.
And his ambition was to bring peace to the world by eliminating the other nations. And this TV show and was incredibly well done. I mean,
And it's on Prime, you said?
it's on Prime, yeah.
Yeah.
And it's all in Chinese. You got to turn on the subtitles. But and the politics is superb. Joe Biden is in it. I mean, no, it's really not funny.
Yeah.
The biggest competitor to Qin was Zhao, and Yin Zhang and the Qins had subverted the prime minister of Zhao, who behaved just like Joe Biden. This is 250 BC.
250 BC.
Yeah.
So, like, what kind of attributes did you share with Biden?
Well, no, they didn't say it was Biden. They were talking about money, profit, personal power, and manipulating them that way. You know, here, we'll show you how to make a bunch of money. Of course, you're destroying your nation while you're doing it, but you'll make a bunch of money.
Yeah.
We'll just, and the whole, all of this art, science fiction, all of this art reflects the culture that makes it. Mm-hmm. Okay? It really isn't that revolutionary. It just reflects the culture that makes it. And it's kind of like standing from a different point of view and looking at yourself in a mirror in a different way.
Yeah.
So, I mean, I really like listening to other people and listening to them talk. And again, back to Volney. They'll tell me what they're thinking, but I have to decode their words. And that gets me into trouble with some of the Christians, because they'll say, and I'll say, I think you just think that's what it means.
Well,
You not being a native speaker, and there are nuances there. The one I was thinking about the other day, and I was trying to talk to Dominic and Jake and Joanne about. Well, all right, the first one that got me as a kid was "Thou shalt not kill." Mm-hmm. And I'm going, I must have been 10 or 12 on that's got to be a mistranslation, because God, Jehovah, just told the Israelites to kill all these other people.
Right.
So, how can, what kind of a mind skips over that part and says, oh, that's what it means? An idiot. Yeah. Okay, so Yeah, okay, there's different Hebrew words, and yeah, we've a word for a specific kind of murder, and yeah, okay.
Yeah.
We got it. All right. Speaking of murder, how would you like to become gloves? You'd make a nice pair of gloves.
Yeah, we need gloves.
You're big enough to be a nice pair of gloves.
There's so many things to go smell.
See what you did?
The last one.
Got a mic down.
Go ahead and get it.
I'm sorry.
No, you're good. You're good.
I should have better behaved children. But
Okay, I have 3 with a 4th on the way, so I understand.
yes.
And a dog.
And a dog and 2 cats. So
And a dog and 2 cats. Well, he and Alistair are about the same speed,
Oh, yeah.
I think.
That makes sense. Yeah.
He and Alistair are just about the same speed,
Yeah.
which is very funny to watch.
Yeah.
Okay, so there's that one. The other one is turn the other cheek,
Yeah.
or you get to my favorite quote, the NRA member's favorite quote about selling your cloak and buying a sword
Yeah.
in Corinthians. I've had somebody who was claimed to be erudite who said actually the Hebrew word they meant to sell your underwear, not your clothes. But anyway, and I think Christ was giving specific instructions for a specific set of tasks at that time. And if I read the scripture that way, yeah, that's what he's saying.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
And what we've done is overgeneralized it. And
Which we tend to do.
you know, yeah, well, I get myself in trouble because I see, sermons are not performance art, and
You're not
Yeah.
doing a monologue up there and waiting for claps.
What was the T-shirt that Pastor Jason wore the other day? That Bethany made for him?
Yeah, so my sister-in-law has started making some T-shirt designs, and our associate pastor was wearing one, and had the nice, flowery Hobby Lobby design on it, and it said, "I can do all things through verses taken out of context."
And he wore it while he preached.
Yeah,
which is great.
yeah, this is a man with a nice sense of humor. I like that.
Agreed.
So, are there any New Testament, like Paul, examples that you can think of that are often egregiously used incorrectly?
Most of the epistles I always thought were interorganizational memos.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's really what they were.
And it's like, yeah, okay, but pay attention,
And hyper focused on very current things that were going on.
in very specific locations.
Very specific.
Yeah. And we just, that gets to be a problem.
We want to generalize it to our lives or whatever's going on. And there's still application there. But
And they end with things like, "Oh, hey, remind that guy to give me my coat back."
yeah.
Yeah.
You know?
Which
How do you apply
makes
that
perfect
to-
sense, yeah.
It's a legit request.
Yeah. I was raised Episcopalian, and which was kind of interesting at the time because there was Bishop Pike. I thought he was interesting. But the Protestant Episcopal Church started doing this hard left turn into the weeds, and I had pretty much had my dose of church anyway.
Yeah.
And I got interested. 2 things happened. One of them is I got noticed by the gal who was the head resident of the university, and she gave me a book that basically changed my life.
Yeah.
Which was what?
And the title of the book is The Impersonal Life. It is basically one of the Psalms. Okay, just one little bit of the Psalms.
Do you remember who wrote it?
Doesn't matter. It's not important.
Okay.
Okay, and this is one of those things. It's And the other thing that I had hit about the same time was Zen. Okay, and I don't think the Zens are Buddhist, but not really.
Okay.
Zen is more about this stuff doesn't make sense. It's and one of the things the Zen say is anybody who preaches doesn't know what he's talking about. Boy, do I snag up there. Oh no, it says here that you're supposed to go out and preach. No, you don't know what you're talking about. Shut up.
Gotcha.
Do it. I'm a big fan of let your works do it. Do it with works, not with your work. You're not. Some 16-year-old standing on the corner telling me asking me if I've seen Jesus, if I know Jesus. Excuse me. I don't think there's anything, and he may not have gotten any smarter by the time he got to be 60. So, but back to the impersonal life. One of the things that most other religions have some sort of a mystical or metaphysical component. Christianity is pretty immune to that. Okay, the Hebrews have the Kabbalah and all sorts of really interesting stuff. But the Christians, no, don't go there. And you've got Paul saying, stay away from anybody that wants to do anything like that. Well,
as far as the adherence to that religion, like dabbling in that stuff, is that what you mean?
no, right. Then we're into word problems. Okay. I don't. What? Everybody who tries to do anything mystical or psychic or mental is dabbling. Okay. Because you don't know what you're doing. My standard joke is that there's an owner's manual for these bodies and brains, and if I could ever get my hands on the idiot who lost it.
I like that.
But this thing is a how-to book written in Protestant Christian. And for most of my life, I've had this problem because people say, do you believe in God? And I say, no. It's not a matter of belief. I know. Okay. I worked very hard for quite a while doing what the book said. And I got to some place where there was something that convinced me that God was right on the other side of the door. And there was enough light coming through around the door that I was real sure what was there. Okay? And the two things that happened is, one, I was not feeling rash enough to push my way through. And the other one was, it was really comforting to just know that that light was there, and that's what it was. And that solves a whole lot of problems for me. I didn't have to believe anymore.
I hate to interject, but you're dropping so many interesting things that I want to
Go.
Okay. So what is your hang-up on this definition of believe? Why would you say no?
I'm watching.
Is that just personal experience, or do you think that
Because there's a difference. You have kids, right? Don't touch the stove if it's hot.
Yeah.
Okay? If I've never gotten near the stove and I've never touched it,
right?
I believe you when you say it's hot.
Okay.
When I touch it and burn my hand, I know it's hot.
So you're talking about, so once you go from the realm of not experiencing to experiencing, then you don't believe anymore, you just know.
Yeah, and I think that's the way your brain works. I think that's the way your brain works.
Yeah.
But you could use your, either system of talking about it is okay.
Yeah.
As long as we understand what we're talking about.
Sure.
But that's, that was enough for me because I said, okay, I don't have to. And I watch people drag their kids to church and sit through interminable whatever sermons and and then all of the rest of the
We had Lutheran grandparents, so we know about that.
stuff that goes on there, and it's like, no, I tell you what, it's really hard to expect that they're going to come out with that and say, hey, you know, I believe that stuff too, you know. It's one of my nephews said, I don't know, yeah, well, this Jesus guy, you know, which caused his mother to become almost apoplectic. But
I don't think liturgy and children mix all that well.
I don't think they do either. I don't think that, and I have adults can only sit still for about 20 minutes.
Yeah, true.
So if you're running a 30-minute sermon because it's a great sermon about Paul and you know, excuse me, you're an idiot. Stop this. What you're supposed to be doing is imparting the wisdom and the gospel to these people, and you don't do it about the time that you cause them to start thinking about how their tail hurts instead of paying attention to what you're talking about.
Right.
You know, I mean, it's like trying to expect him to do calculus. It's not going to happen.
I largely feel the same way.
You know. Well,
Are you comfortable speaking a little bit more to your light on the other side of the door experience?
you mean it just changed. That made me comfortable. Okay.
So was it something that you felt before, and this book kind of clarified what it
No.
was, or you then realized it was
the
there?
book was a set of mental exercises.
Okay.
And it says, "Be still and know I am God." Now, there's a place in Genesis, I think, where the Hebrews ask God what His name is.
Yeah.
What is His answer?
I am.
If you were the universe, what would your answer to that question be?
I am.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. And what this thing is telling you is, and now again, remember I tripped a little bit through the bells of the Zens and the Buddhists and stuff. Be still. Okay. Well, stilling yourself takes effort, takes work, is a skill. Okay. Now I learned to do. Dad's mother was Church of Religious Science. And I learned to hypnotize myself, I think, when I was 10 years old.
Wow, kidding.
So I had always been looking at this sort of stuff. But I never, until I tried this, I didn't get that good. Okay, so be still. And then know. Well, that's also, again, what does that mean? Oh, well, I'm not figuring it out, I'm not calculating, I'm not, I know. And that changed, I was off doing something else in my head someplace, okay? Yeah, I'm sure some psychobiologist would say, oh no, that's just whatever. Yeah. I'm sorry, I don't think that works. We'll get to my current heresy, okay? and I think we are immortal, trans-dimensional beings. Okay?
Okay.
Christians say we have souls. No, that's backwards.
Okay.
We are souls. Okay? And at the point of conception, we get connected to one of these meat robots.
The meat suit.
Meat suit works fine too.
Yeah.
And everything else.
Interjection. I appreciate your reverence for semantics and definitions and words. I just wanted to mention that. I appreciate that.
Thank you. I think that's the only way you can communicate is by doing that.
Yeah.
I was one of the other science fiction authors of the 30s and 50s was a guy by the name of A.E. Van Vogt.
Okay.
John Campbell said that he synthesized synthesized cut helium for breakfast. But he had a series of books about non-Aristotelian logic. Okay? And he was infected by this guy, Alfred Korzybski, and General Semantics.
Okay.
So, yeah, the key is, if you're going to communicate, the key is words. We don't have, so we've got to have the words to do it. You know, what goes on inside your head, you have other symbols for it and other stuff. Mm-hmm. But to get to anybody else, you got to translate them into words and stuff. Yeah. So anyway, that changed the whole game for me. You know, from then on it was, yeah, I don't have a problem. You know, Jesus, yeah, I got it. You know, this is all. Well, but does this mean, you know? No, I'm not going to recite this mantra that you think is appropriate. You know, because I don't think, you know, I think it's more complex than that. It's time for another story. I had two mentors when I was 21. Only came back one time from a business trip and said, "Hey, I've hired a new consultant. You guys will love him. He's a retired assassin."
Oh, okay.
And everybody, all of us grad students and stuff said, "Yeah, okay." So this guy shows up. His name is Frank Morgan.
Frank the Assassin.
Frank the Assassin. Frank was OSS because the Gestapo to run out of gas in Burgundy on D-Day.
Ooh, wow.
Frank was also a science fiction fan, and now he's 60-something. I'm 21. This is 1970. You know, Vietnam is going on. I'm not there because I'm physically defective. Not adjudicated mentally defective, physically defective. Yeah. And so Frank was, and yeah, he says, yeah, that was a tricky problem because you had to neutralize Gestapo without giving them an excuse to go after the French. Mm-hmm. And what he did is he pumped sugar into the fueling station. Mm-hmm. Oh. Not the gas tank, but the fueling station. Yeah. Okay, and he says, well, when Europe wound down, he got transferred to China, India, Burma, CBI. If you know anything, that's a kind of a backwater of World War II, but so he says, so I'm an Army lieutenant. Did he say he was a lieutenant or a captain at the time? It didn't matter. But he said, I had a 3-man reconnaissance team, and we were going to the jungle to spy on the Japanese. And he says, one day, we walked into this village, and they were having a party. Yeah, who doesn't like parties, right? So Frank, being the spy, says to his translator, ask them why they're holding a party. And the translator does, and he says, oh, it's a welcome us to the village party. At which point, the alarm bells go off and signal rockets start coming out of his nose, and he says, holy shit, how did they know that we were coming? Because we're 3 guys sneaking through the jungle, right? Mm. Well, the people in the other village told him. What do you mean? And he said he poked around that for a while. They didn't get a satisfactory answer, except that for some reason the people from one village could talk to the other people, could communicate with the people of the other village.
Do you know how far away they were from each other?
Infinite distance in the jungle.
Sure.
Okay? You know, again, it's not miles.
Right.
It's, you know, and...
no one could have walked there around.
No, it wasn't, you couldn't walk there.
Yeah.
He went through all the smoke signals, light signals, you know.
Yeah. This didn't work.
He's a very bright guy. None of those worked.
Okay.
He said, I found that I couldn't schedule an airdrop until both parties had seen one. Once they had seen a parachute, then I could schedule them. Then I could talk about them. And I said, well, did you report this to your, he said, chain of command? He says, hell no, they would have Section 8'd me. You know. He says, yeah, I kept track of the Japanese for a year doing this. Well, all right, back to language. Okay, symbols. It's really hard to talk about stuff if you don't have common symbols. My favorite Japanese word is typewriter. Because they needed a word to describe that device, so they just borrowed the English one. The Germans build words by bolting hundreds of other words together to make words. But again, what they're trying to do is they've got to come up with a common symbol. And Frank's way out of left field story about this, I think, gives a real interesting clue onto how our little brains work and stuff. I was laying in my one rainy morning at the beach, trying to decide if I wanted to get up. Rain, thunder, lightning. And I was having this Tim Burton-esque dream with my buddy running across roofs and falling off and breaking his arm. A couple of days later, I call him and say, hey, what's up?
Yeah.
And he says, yeah, it rained and stuff. And I said, yeah, I had a funny dream where you fell off the roof and broke your arm. He said, funny thing, I did.
Really?
Yeah.
Interesting.
I had one of the loves of my life shows up in my dream flashing her breasts at me. And she just had a boob job.
Interesting.
Yeah. Dad always called me when I was eyebrow deep in shit, having done something stupid. Hey, are you all right? Oh yeah, sure, Dad, I'm fine. But
he had a sense about it.
Yeah, he could do that.
Yeah.
So, and I really think, I don't know why, how, what pieces work. There's all sorts of stuff on YouTube and everything about the Russians, the CIA, and everybody chasing this stuff down. And I suspect that there's stuff in there. I don't know how that works.
K-Ultra stuff and
Beef jerky.
No.
Look at the dog.
it's homemade. You'll love it.
Hula said yes.
Says I can smell that.
So again, life is more complex than advertised.
Yep.
I had a high school friend. He was Canadian, and while we were in high school, he was in the junior army, which is secret. I suspect it's still secret because I haven't ever read anything about it. The Marine Corps has a youth group they call the Devil Pups, and they do Marine Corps stuff. The Army had one at the time, and they were training guerrilla fighters and stuff. But they, unlike the Marines, they didn't give them stuff. They said, if you want stuff, you go find a way to get it. So my buddy every once in a while missed a Monday at school because he was in the brig at Camp Pendleton for having stolen something from the Marines and gotten caught, and waiting for his lieutenant to come and bail him out. Well, you know how you do as a kid? You all the games you play. I could never sneak up on him. I mean, I could never sneak up on him.
Yeah.
He knew stuff. So he deliberately bilges out of the Defense Language Institute of Monterey to go to Vietnam because he wants a combat infantryman's badge. Because to be a mercenary, you need a combat infantryman's badge. And there were only two places you could get them, Vietnam or Korea, and he didn't like the snow. So he went to Vietnam. The next point on this thing was his notable quote that says, "This place is an IQ test. If you're here, you flunked." He was 82nd Airborne. He was a LRP for a while, Long Range Reconnaissance Patrol. And he got sick, and the guy that replaced him each day that he was sick got zapped, so he decided he didn't want to do that. And he ended his Vietnam days by, he was the point man for the suicide squad for the company, basically the point man for the points. Mm-hmm. And he knew he tripped a tripwire on a grenade, and had turned around and was running back the other way when it went off. 17 holes in his upper body, and they didn't count the ones in his legs. Mm. But one of the things he could do, he sat in my dorm room at college, and I had 2 fair dice. I knew they were fair dice because I was a mathematical social scientist and had run the dice, okay? In a chuckle-up cage. So I wasn't touching the dice. For half an hour, he rolled any number I wanted. One after another.
That's insane.
Yeah, he was psychokinetic. He could do that. Okay, so after watching that, I was sure, I am sure that life is a lot more complex than advertised. Mm-hmm. Our brains do stuff. Well, now, is it our brains, or is it this part of us that's in there driving the brain, or that's connecting through other dimensions or whatever? Right. The ancient Chinese described dreams as the journey through the 9 heavens and 9 hells. Well, 9's a magic number, like 7 in Hebrew. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Okay, through lots of places, through lots of happy places and lots of not so happy places. Yeah. Is how I end up translating that.
Right.
Yeah. That sentence. Okay, so now they're going through so I have dreams where I'm talking to people, I'm with people, I'm doing things, the bits that I can remember. They're not people I know. Sometimes it's Bob or Sam or somebody I've dealt with or something like that, and my brain's working out something that's going on. But these other times, I'm someplace I've never been, with people I've never been with, doing something that makes some sort of sense, but is different. So, back to my science fiction, if we're talking multiple universe chiefs, and we happen to slice, the real us is slicing through those things. Hey, you check out of this one and you're going into that one or whatever. Who knows what's going on?
Right.
Yeah, we don't have enough. And academics are whores. Who's giving you grant money is much more important than anything else that you're doing. Yeah. And getting the next grant is much more important than.
Was the saying go? 95% of scientists agree with who's funding them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, that's one of the reasons I left. I got fed up with academia. We've never had those.
Spicy Doritos?
He's very interested.
He's never even had a Dorito. Except with the flavors and the smell.
And the MSG, it's never too late to start.
He's watching.
Yeah, no, not a chance.
So would you even extend that to, I wouldn't say Christian academia, but any academics who happen to be Christian? Do you think there's any of that trickling over?
Yeah. Okay. You can't cheat an honest man. Where do you find an honest man? And we do Diogenes and his search for,
Sure.
The other thing that gets you trapped is you belong to a sociogram. You belong to a group of people. Okay, you live in a sociogram. So everything you talk about ends up being filtered to match the sociogram that you're in. Okay? So your problem is when you come up with some heresy, hey, I don't think this works this way. But I bet everybody will, now what do you do? Do you wait for the Inquisition to show up at your doorstep?
I mean, there's not really a thing necessarily that is Christian academia. There are academics there are people in academia that are Christians.
Yeah. And then Christians get the whole. Christianity gives us a structure to look at the world from, a viewpoint.
Where a lot of science began, the modern scientific method.
And I suspect that I can find non-Christian Chinese who have the scientific method
Dialed
and predate you by 1,000 years or so. Okay?
Right. Yeah.
I mean, again, it's like all of this stuff. I think we're all connected. I think it's all one. I'm pretty sure that God and the universe are the same thing. But God is the universe. He is everything. And we deal with it from a certain linguistic point of view. Anne was raised Catholic, and she's one notch worse than perhaps. She's just, hey, the Holy Spirit is a dove, and God's an old man, and Christ is this, and
old man with a beard.
Yeah, and it's like, what does this mean? And it's like, well, if I've done enough sales. You ever tried your hand at sales? You have to try to explain things to people in the context that they like and they make sense to them. And you end up talking about stuff that's not really right, but right.
I've seen Mad Men. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, and it's like, hey, I think that the Trinity is a real interesting linguistic problem. Okay? Mm-hmm. And I don't have any problem with it because it's all the same thing. I'm just looking at it from different points of view.
Okay.
I got no problem saying, my viewpoint can shift from here to here to here to here, and I get this answer. I have no problem with, hey, Christ being God, it's all the same. No problem. That makes perfect sense.
How do you feel about people describing God as one what, three who's?
No.
Okay.
I think at that point they're into sophistry.
Okay.
There is only one. There is, and depending on where I stand at it. Okay. Yeah. Okay. I'm also easy enough to, if it works for you, go ahead and
Sure.
But I certainly don't want to. Don't be cleaving the other guy's head with it because he disagrees with you. I mean, the big Indian, the little Indian wars are a stupid idea.
Yeah. Which, by the way, for our viewers, Dominic is missing in action.
He is. He said he was going to be here at 7. It is now, what?
7:30. 7:45. You need to send out the
Everyone
search parties.
say a prayer for him.
Yes. I told him I had a delicious steak waiting for him.
So, do you think that is another problem or like one of the prime problems in Christianity of semantics is the way that you describe the Trinity accurately? Because it is one of those sticking points where it's like, how do you describe this?
Again, vocabulary-wise, how does it make sense to you? You're 40 years younger than I am, okay? And I'm in some senses a Victorian brain, thinking about stuff. And I look at this and I say, well, that makes sense from kind of this point of view, but doesn't make sense from these other points of view. And where are you? Because what we're really trying to do is we're trying to communicate Because what we really want is an intermental and an interpersonal communication to happen.
Yeah.
Because we want, Suzuki, who was the head of the Zen religion in Japan, somebody gave him a copy of the New Testament, and he says, hey, this Christ guy's got it pretty much together. Which is great when you can come around the tree from the other side and say, yeah, it's right here. And come through me. I'm the answer.
Mm-hmm.
Focus your attention here. And the thing about Christ was he was a Jew. And if you look at stuff he said, it makes really good sense from a Jewish point of view. Right up until they have to agree. And one of the things they do poorly is agree. And that's just part of their culture and their nature and stuff like that is, well, you can't have one answer to this. You need to attack it from 14 different directions.
So I would say my answer is, I will say the kind of like very bare bones, simplistic way that the church tries to portray the Trinity isn't intrinsically obvious from the text. It does seem obvious that they are three separate, however you would describe it, persons, minds, entities, operating with their own, to some degree, closed set of however a person works. But they seem to all possess this quality of deity. And that's about as close as I can get, because those two things seem obvious from New Testament texts. I struggle to put those in the same compartment, I think is the problem. And
I see. It's. I think I hear what you're saying.
okay.
I think you're trying to make it. You're trying to have too good of a fit.
Okay.
One of the things that I found made me a whole lot happier was to realize that I was stupid and couldn't figure out everything and didn't have to. Okay. I don't know how all of this universe is strapped together.
Likewise.
And I'm really suspicious of somebody who tells me that they do.
And you think attempting to explain the Trinity, or at least put it in simple terms, is kind of defeating that?
Again, it's like I have, and I think every once in a while I do this thing. I've been flying into Los Angeles. I used to like to fly in at night because you didn't see the smog, but you saw this black sheet with all of these sparkly colors.
Yeah.
Okay? And then I started saying, well, each one of those colors is people. There's all these people. Each one's thinking things and doing things and trying to let my mind imagine all the people and all the things that they were doing all at that moment that I was doing it. And I quickly figured out that I couldn't do that. But just the exercise of thinking about it, of all of these things happening all at the same time.
Which is a reality.
Which is a reality, okay? Hey, God created the universe, or the universe is God is the universe, however you want to look at that. Well, the universe is very big. I mean, Colorado's big.
Yeah.
Mesa County's big.
Yeah.
The universe is mind-boggling. Can't get anywhere close to as big as it is.
Yeah.
It's so I have no idea how this works, how these pieces go together. If this construct works for you, that's fine. It doesn't particularly work for me, but I don't have to have it work, okay? I don't have to have a unified deal where Jesus is consistent. What he says is consistent. Okay? Great ideas, great rules. You should do that stuff. Please don't chew on my cashmere. It's awfully nice, but please don't. Yes, and don't bite my nose. You did that in Nevada.
How would you describe a scene like, what was it, Jesus' baptism, where him and the Holy Spirit and the Father are all present within, because the Father commends Jesus in that moment, right? How would you describe that kind of interaction or that kind of scenario? Just out of curiosity.
Well, from my viewpoint, it looks like three pieces. But it has to be only one piece.
Sure.
Okay? So, my viewpoint, my ability to perceive things is admittedly flawed. Okay? My mind can only cope with certain chunks of this stuff. So, I don't have either way works. I don't have a problem. I don't have to, and maybe I've devolved back into the Zenness of it all. I don't have to rationalize it. I don't have to figure it out.
That's right.
It's just, it's there. But, and again, from where I am, I think it's all one thing. I don't think there was anything that Jesus did that God didn't know about. And I think the Holy Spirit was a way to talk about things that we can't, the electricity or the things that we can't measure or see that were going on. And I think that's and one of the things that we seem to do, which I think is a bad thing, is we keep wanting to have definitive answers to stuff. Yeah, I had some women social media yell at me because I said, yes, science is what we think the universe is today. Tomorrow it might be different.
Yeah.
Oh, no, I want an eternal God. And I think that part of that is the difference between the meat suits, the meat robots that we got out there. Because a whole lot of what people do are the same things that he's doing. It's the meat robot doing it. I'm angry. Well, you flip the switch and these hormones and this stuff is reverberating around inside this robot, giving you this effect. Okay, I'm happy. I'm unhappy. I'm sad. I'm love. All of these things going on that are just about I would say they're the cereal. They're the flesh. They're the robot doing all this stuff. And it does. Most people spend their whole life reacting to the robot.
It's true. I'd agree with that.
I think the solution to the drug problem is, that's a robot problem. What you get is you don't have any real meaning for life or anything else, so let's do what the TV says and try drugs. And we live in a culture where everything is drugs. Everything is physical. We're tinkering with a robot. And the practitioners don't, they're one step above the guy with the bone through his nose, regardless of what they say or the car they drive. You know, they're just, and there's so much more that needs to get done, but we just can't. And you know, not only do we have the robot, but we also have the cultural context. And getting outside of the cultural context is really, really difficult.
Yes.
I mean, I don't know if you can you spot Catholics when you meet them?
Sometimes.
I don't know. I'm getting much better at it.
Yeah.
I would say mostly.
You can
As
just
soon as
pick up on it.
because that subculture, that group has got certain things that they do. You know, and again, between the science fiction and the anthropology, you know, it's all about the natives. So, yeah, and it's not to say that one thing is righter or wronger than the other. You know, they're just kind of different, and they have patterns that are different. You know, I think some of them are better or healthier or something, but what do I know? It's just that's what it looks like from here today.
Sure.
You know, if I get a little smarter and move to someplace else tomorrow, I might think something different. So, and if we knew all of that answers, then our lives would be something different than they are, right? And I do believe that our lives are whatever God intended them to be. So, however this journey works out, that's where we are and that's what we're doing.
So Dominic told us that we needed to ask you about your thoughts on reincarnation.
Oh, right. Immortal transdimensional beings.
Okay.
Okay? Oh, that's my thoughts on reincarnation, okay? So
The soul's
the
not created, it's not
meat robot
destroyed,
dies. The meat robot has a finite life.
Right.
You go someplace.
Yeah.
You come back out. Now, before I came back here, this is like the mid-90s, I think. There's a gal who had a 4-year-old. Now it was in the South someplace. She had a 4-year-old that she took to the toy store. And he picked up a model of a Corsair. You went to World War II aircraft for that? Navy. Toward the end of World War II, Navy fighter plane. Okay. And this 4-year-old reeled off the exact model and version that Corsair was in a box. And it turned out that he knew a lot about Corsairs of that vintage. He also knew a lot about a airplane squadron on a certain U.S. carrier. And he even knew what his name was and how he died. Okay, and this gal wrote this book and made the pop charts, and this is really interesting, right? And there's a guy, a professor at the University of Florida, who had been collecting these stories. And if you ask him, do you believe in reincarnation, he'd say, yeah, I don't know. But some of the data is really interesting. And now, I don't have any kids. I've never had any kids. These days, not as far as I know. And, well, I was a beach bachelor for not quite a number of years. So. But one of the things that new parents always tell me is that, oh, they have their distinct personalities. Okay? Okay, they're distinct personalities, all right. And this guy, it's all the way across cultures. He says sometimes you have birthmarks that match stories about being stabbed or being shot or being burned or something else that match. And I'm kind of with him. It seems this way, but I don't know. Okay. I have one other story I throw into the mix with this one, which I call the box story.
Okay. I've heard about this. I don't know anything about the story, but I've heard about the box story.
Okay. Dad owned the Texaco, ran the Texaco gas station on 12th and Gunnison. We had a little house. We lived in a little house. That's at the corner of the park, of Lincoln Park.
Yeah. Okay.
Mother's father owned the Buick dealership in town. He lived in a little house on 16th Street in Grand Junction, about 2-3 blocks from Grandma's house. And that house, the little house, had a basement. The furnace was in the basement. It was in its own little room, and the door was simply door held shut with a cleat, a piece of wood with a nail in it. It was way too high for small children to open. At the time, I was 3, maybe 4, something like that. Brother John was toddler. Dan was an infant. Dan was 2.5 years, So 3 would have been about right. Now, one of the warps in my particular brain is, for some reason, I like boxes. Something about the cubical rectilinear thing about them. I like boxes. So one evening, Friday night or Saturday night, at dinner, Father says, "Gene, you haven't been cleaning with your boxes. So when I clean the furnace, clean the basement tomorrow, I'm going to burn your boxes." Well, please don't. Please, negotiate. No. So after dinner, I know I'm not going to be able to talk him out of burning my boxes. So I go downstairs to the basement, and in the room outside the furnace room is a table, a green painted wooden chair, and I make sure there's a coat hanger and a trash can. Because it needs to be in a trash can, because if it was anyplace else, somebody might notice it and clean it up. But if it's in a trash can, it's just trash. Well, the next morning, mother's dealing with infants and small children, and I go down, and Dad's in the furnace room doing stuff, and I go down, and I have to close the door. He's got the door of the furnace room open. So I calculate that a 3-year-old throwing a tantrum would allow me to slam the door. That would be credible. So I do another, "Don't burn my boxes, please don't burn my boxes." And he says, "No, I'm going to do that." And so I throw my tantrum and slam the door. As soon as the door is closed, I move the chair over to the door, crawl up on the chair with the coat hanger and flip the cleat closed.
Yeah.
I put the chair back, put the coat hanger in the trash can, and go upstairs. Now, we didn't have a TV set. We had a radio. "Mom, can I listen to the radio?" "Oh, yeah, sure, anything you want. Just don't bother me, I'm busy, right?" So I turn on the radio. And then God smiles. Grandmother shows up. I'm the first grandchild, and she positively dotes on me. So I'm sitting in Grandmother's lap, and we're reading a book. Pretty soon, an hour or so later, this monster comes out of the basement. "Where is that kid? I'm going to kill him." Grandmother says, No, Gene, don't. No, he couldn't have done that. And I'm doing my best butter wouldn't melt in my mouth imitation, okay? And now I can remember the room, what I thought, everything. Now, even. I didn't tell this Dad until I was a little older than you are. He didn't think it was funny then.
No.
But I try to tell new parents this story. Don't turn your backs on them. you know. And this kind of dovetails with the guy from Florida, is because whatever residuals of the prior life, not the basic personality, but the prior life and stuff, starts going away by age 5. Now, I can remember a first grade conversation with one of the kids in my school that was an adult conversation, having to do with sex and girls and stuff like that, which was more than, you know, but it was at about 5. And then after that, your life changes and these things pretty much go away.
So,
and all right, back to my little spark of this ethereal stuff, okay? If now in this physical world, the amount of data or the amount of whatever it's got is finite. As it's getting in here and as the robot grows and gets more complex and becomes what it's supposed to be, it spends more of its energy dealing with that. Whether the stuff is still in there someplace or not, I don't know. You know, and I'm pretty damn sure that nobody else knows, especially if they have piled higher and deeper behind their name. But from my experience, and that is just my pure experience.
Right. Yeah, that's what it is, yeah.
There is all of this stuff. Some people know more of it than other people, or some people can see more. I have a friend who says, "Oh, well, that's because some people have been around more often and are more used to this, and others don't." The Buddhists buy this reincarnation thing a lot.
Right.
The Sikhs are really interesting about what they do. The Taoists tend to and I kind of find it amusing that I think God's universe, they think God's the universe too, but they don't quite say it that way. You know, but
so
I'm certainly glad that he is not a 65-pound man. At 30 pounds, he's barely laughing.
It's quite content.
So this idea of disembodied souls, or whatever you might call them.
Yeah.
Right. The man, the myth, the legend is here. I'll go get
He's
him.
here? Oh, he's arrived. Again, something that we can only speculate on and have no real knowledge of. This idea that they aren't being pulled to a final place of rest, torment, whatever it might be, but are still... They come back to the physical realm.
Yeah, it is your place of torment or rest. You're in it, I think.
True.
Okay. Again, I don't have any idea how that works. I have no information.
Yeah.
And you know, I could guess. I could create wonderful little fantasies. But the bottom line is we don't know. So, you know, and it's like him trying to decide to do calculus. Come on. It's not going to, you know.
Yeah.
And why bother ourselves with it?
It's fun to speculate. I
mean, as a thought experiment, it's fun.
Yeah.
But that's...
You know, that's something, he's here.
I'm alive.
Hello.
Hey.
This is you here in the insert.
Nice.
That's something I run into a lot with other people, is I love to entertain ideas. That doesn't mean I plant my flag on that camp and it will die on that hill. But I just like to hear different things and think, oh, that'd be interesting if that were true.
Yeah, well, and that's kind of, again, that's the sci-fi mindset. You know, hey, oh, what an interesting idea.
You speculate. Exactly.
You know, how does that work? You know, and again, some people must have a rule. Okay? Now, does every meat robot have a soul in it?
Great question.
Don't know.
I've heard that before from other people too, and that kind of rocked my world a little bit. Is to think about soulless people.
I think they're called Hamas.
Hey, like and subscribe.
You know, yeah, that whole thing. But you know, I don't know about you, but I have met enough jerks that would do almost anything in my life. That, it's nothing really surprises me too much, except letting yourself be a victim of them.
Sure. Dominic is here. Hello.
Hi, Dominic.
Hi, guys.
They've been making me talk. You talk for a while.
Me talk.
He's been.
We were looking forward to all your stories. I told him you got lots of great stories.
Yeah, it's been,
Well, they got a bunch of stories. And Stinky's even been doing good.
yeah, lots of very challenging ideas. I like it. It's good stuff.
So what's we get into?
I just told him the Vox story.
Yes, good.
Yeah, a lot of our stuff has been kind of hinging around semantics and what we mean by what we say.
No, no. You don't get to go over and say hi to Dominic. I know you like that.
I really want to.
I don't have any food.
Two people can mean the same thing while saying different words and not realize it because we kind of. Everyone has a tendency to front load definitions of words with their learned experiences.
Well, again, we do that, but it's that, but even worse is we've got these Pavlovian programming. You know, he's an election denier. Oh, you know, wait a minute.
Trump supporter.
Trump's
MAGA.
Oh yeah, mega, ultra mega. You know, which means anybody who disagrees with a Democrat. You know, and like Pavlov's dogs or other canines, you know, all you got to do is ring the bell, and they respond.
Right.
And that's really frightening.
Yeah.
Because you want to stay out of the way so that you don't get. Yeah, my dead brother's favorite childhood story was about the psychologists who took the brown monkey out of the cage full of other brown monkeys and painted him pink and put him back in the cage. The brown monkeys tore him apart. And that's kind of human nature. We don't really want to be too different, as
Then you're the outcast and you won't fit.
well, if you're just cast out, that may be good. That's Lao Tzu. I'm going to pack my water buffalo and go through the gate from the wall because civilization is really a problem. But
Cast out by physical dismemberment.
yeah, well, there's that. I think your dog code is going to come back into vogue too.
I wanted to hear the story you told a long time ago about was a professor that was in the war.
Oh, the Frank Morgan story. I did. Okay, I'll do it
That's
again.
kind of what we opened with, yeah.
Did you open with that?
Yeah.
Well, then I don't
Kind
know.
of accidentally, but we can touch on it again.
No,
If you have stuff to riff off of.
I wanted them to hear it. I've heard it, but it's been a while. But I always thought it was fascinating.
The
Very
best thing
fascinating.
about Frank Morgan's story was that it indicates how your brain works. Because he was using telepathy to track the Japanese through the jungle. Except it didn't work if both units hadn't seen a parachute drop. He couldn't schedule a parachute drop. As soon as they'd seen one, they could do something. And it's really hard for us to invent. Some people are easier at inventing. I can say this and this and this, and you put them together. And then there's other people that that just can't. There ain't no such animal. You can't get there from here. I think we marry them, but that's it.
We married them. Don't drag me down that road again.
Like it's, Well, they sit on your lap and look for cookies. Yes, I know.
That's great.
But this is a lot warmer and nicer than being down on the ground, isn't it?
It's true.
So, Gene, you've not really talked about anything that's what would be the word? Malevolent. So with Halloween tomorrow, we know that there's people that claim to be witches and warlocks, and
I used to have a friend who was a witch.
people say the veil is thin this time of year. Because we've talked about different dimensions. Like, do you think there's non-malevolent entities? Like, we've talked about God and the universe.
Again, it's a wide universe.
Yeah.
I had a friend when I was in college. She told fortunes and stuff down in Redondo Beach. She called herself Joni Witch, and she was a little clairvoyant. She could also do a good cold reading, but she was a little clairvoyant. She could figure out stuff that and I was grad student at the time, so I was paying attention to what she was doing and watching that. When I was a kid, I don't normally draw. That's one of the only thing that's even more non-normal for me is anything having to do with music. But I had drawn a picture of something that was kind of halfway between a bird and a dinosaur and stuff. And my brother walked through, my dead brother, and said, NIST, you've been talking to them, huh? And he says, yeah, they're not particularly nice, but they don't really care. They just play through this dimension. And it doesn't, we're not important and stuff. He was a lot more conversant with what he called woo-woo stuff. That sort of magic. I had a girlfriend who did Reiki. Have you ever seen anybody do Reiki?
I've not seen it. I know people that do it.
Yeah, that's she convinced Dad, the hard-boiled engineer.
Yeah.
So I mean, and stuff, and yeah, okay. I have my Tai Chi stuff and everything, and watching Chinese movies. I mean, we should all be able to fly and run up the wall and do stuff like that.
Yes.
Except the Tai Chi instructor said, yeah, the last guy that could run up walls died in 1920. And
why'd they lose it?
The kids didn't want to work hard enough to get to where the old guys were.
It's the same thing we have. It's not
it's a generational thing. The kids lose. The kids. Why do I want to work? I mean, the thing that is destroying our culture is that we're too rich. Life is too easy. And at that point,
good times.
I do like my electric blanket. I'm not.
Not going to give it up.
Yeah, I don't want to give up my electric blanket and my coffee maker and my refrigerator and stuff like that. Yeah, but and it looks like the cycles in civilization fix that for you because you get. Only had this one. He said he was quoting or misquoting Confucius. He said Confucius said that the emperor would live about 200 years. And then the emperor would lose the heavenly mandate and the empire would be managed through the court of the concubines. All right, now the heavenly mandate, I love Chinese because it's so obtuse, okay? The heavenly mandate is the will of the people. The people will tolerate only so much before they rebel. You can only screw them over so much, and they rebel. Thomas Jefferson said the same thing, and he didn't call it the heavenly mandate. And you can go back and find Romans and Greeks who said the same thing. Okay? But I think heavenly mandate is much more poetic. Okay? And when you do that, then the way Chinese, this Qin dynasty thing, it's a great place there. The 21-year-old emperor mother, or his grandmother, wants him to marry this princess from another state, and sneaks around and gets him to meet her, and he really likes her and wants to marry her. His mother decides that she's totally unsuitable and has to have him marry somebody else. So he's 21, he's the emperor, and the two dominant women each want him to marry someone else. So his solution is to marry them both. And then one of the noble ones says, well, then who gets to be queen? He says, I thought about that, and for the stability of the empire, there will never be another queen. Brilliant solution.
Problem solved.
Yeah, so you got the court of the concubines. But what you have, I don't like bureaucracy. Okay? And what happens in a bureaucracy is people lose sight of what they're fundamentally supposed to be doing. If your business is providing health care, and pretty soon a significant number of your people aren't providing health care. What they're doing is writing memos, they're filling out forms, they're doing something else. And as that changes, you lose focus on providing health care, or heating oil rigs, or anything else, cutting the grass, or whatever else you're doing. And then it becomes a self-sustaining bit of stupidity. Because, I can write a memo, and, if he writes a memo, then you got to respond to it. And gee, then we decided that we're going to do this, and we need to spend more money, and we need to get more money, and I'm now just described how government is running us off into the weeds.
Writing TPS reports.
Now
you have a full-time grant writer.
Yeah, I need a full-time grant writer.
Blah, blah, blah.
And stuff like that. And it's really bad, because the other thing that it does is it destroys creativity and is really bad for people. Because you end up getting locked into this intellectual prison where everything has got to fit the structure. And the symptom of that is, I drink more and do more drugs because I can't work it out. I don't even, in lots of cases, I don't even know what's wrong. I just know that it's wrong, that I'm not happy, it doesn't work.
So it's like Huxley, Brave New World. What would they take? What was that drug?
Soma.
I still haven't come to that one.
Right, there's days. There are days.
Free love and Soma.
Free love and Soma, that's all you need.
Free love and Soma, yeah, well, that's yeah.
It's a wild book.
Yeah, it was bizarre.
You read about, his upbringing, and his brother was crazy. It's a wild family, but good dystopian book.
That's the one of the trio I haven't gotten to yet. I've read
pretty quick read,
I've read Fahrenheit. I've seen 84.
Yeah.
I haven't done anything with Bravery.
I haven't seen
Which 84 did you see? Burton's last one?
It was the one that John Hurt.
I haven't seen any.
It came out in 84, I think. I don't know who directed
Have you
it.
read 84?
Richard Burton. It was the last movie that Richard Burton
And I
acted
felt like
in.
Brave
It was
New
in
World was
84.
written
And it was
much
brilliant,
lower level.
but so dark.
Did you feel that?
Yeah, I would agree.
Was that the one with John
Concepts
Hurt?
off,
Could be.
awesome.
Okay.
But
I could- I mean,
It has
like how
that
84's
quintessential image of Big Brother.
yeah,
that
well,
fit, like, the
I always thought how
face.
wild it was.
There's a
that,
bunch
he
of those
was,
Big
like,
Brother-ish
the one guy
things.
that was like,
Yeah,
I could put you there. We could have roast dog. Would you like to do roast dog?
and they all thought he was like,
I don't think so.
Yeah.
so awesome.
It's ironic.
You're being pretty good.
Dave was so good.
That puppy, he's being pretty good.
He's living his best life. That's what he's doing.
King Warm, I hope.
Yeah. The snow is going. I can hardly wait to see how he reacts with the snow.
That'll be interesting.
Dad, what is this stuff? His predecessor didn't mind anything until it got below zero. Below zero, he was in and out.
That's pretty cool.
Otherwise, yeah, just below freezing. Now, no, I'll go sniff around the backyard. I'll take my time. It'll be cool.
And same breed too.
Yeah,
Wow.
he's my fourth.
Okay.
Daily Mail says that these are the best companion dogs on the planet.
Okay.
And this one, if he stays 30 to 40 pounds, it's going to be just perfect.
Yeah.
For an old guy, I can pick him up and move him.
Yeah.
65 pounds was a bit much.
Right.
And it wasn't a problem. They're not biddable either. They want to do what they want to do. You got to trick them into doing what you want them to do. Once their brain arrives on their third birthday, they got a year, 2.5 years of
Takes
this.
a little bit.
They get a lot better. Jack got a lot better once he figured out I could kill him. I don't know. Never having had children, I don't know if that works with them.
I won't say it on camera.
There are times.
I always figured that was dead. When we were in high school or something, Dad looked at all three of us and says, "Well, you all are bigger than I am, but always remember I'm Nina." And sneakier. He was sneakier.
Those all the old man tricks.
Age and treachery will do it every time.
Yeah, our dad just turned 80, and beating him up doesn't sound all that manly to me.
The old buck is what he used to.
Yeah.
But he's still kicking.
Yeah, he had me when he was 50.
Really?
Isn't that crazy? Yeah.
Oh, that's
Everyone thought we were a Mormon family by the time we hit 9.
Yeah, because you have 10. 10?
When we lived in Colorado
Right.
Springs, they thought we were Catholic.
yeah,
Then we moved to Grand Junction, then they just assumed they're Mormon.
yeah.
Yeah.
That would do it.
I've gotten both. I've also gotten Muslim
Yeah.
by sign of the times.
Sure.
But
Sure.
also, probably look the part, I guess.
Just need a beard and a few other things.
Yeah, I guess I don't really look for it. But
Yeah. That's the thing, like, Dominic, isn't that like more of like a European, like French name?
it's either French or Italian, depending on who you ask.
So if you change your name, then you could be as Muslim as you want to.
Yeah. There's not much of me that wants to be Muslim.
No.
I don't see that. Gosh, and what's happened with like this is what's happened in Israel and all these pro-Hamas student groups all across the U.S. It's very concerning. Well, and what's come through our southern border in the last 4 years, or even 2 years.
I will.
Disturbing, but highly predictable. I think.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The predictable one is they are going to take out a soft target or multiple soft targets
Yeah.
as soon as the U.S. does something that they can blame us for. And
The U.S. does something that they can blame us for.
yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
right. And they're all in place.
Or stage something that they can blame on.
Well, again, yeah.
Whatever. Then
Just another reason to leave the big
Back
cities.
to science fiction. There's this guy by the name of Keith Laumer who wrote a bunch of science fiction in the 70s, and he was an air attaché He was an Air Force officer. And assigned to the diplomatic corps.
Okay.
And his science fiction, most of them, were about the Corps Diplomatique Terrestrienne. Okay. Earth's diplomatic corps, and they were finding the aliens.
Okay.
And it was all U.S. versus Soviets with the serial numbers rubbed off.
Yeah.
And it was great. I mean, it was really great tongue-in-cheek humor, you know, doing this stuff. But yes, predictable, you know, all part of the thing. And the fact that it was, yes.
Saw the video from Russia where they're all storming the airport because they heard a plane's going to land with Jews on it. They're like breaking through all the barriers, running through the airport, checking rooms. Like, that is crazy.
No, that's a pogrom.
Did you want to smoke?
I'm staying tonight.
Okay. Is that a little froggy?
I smoked my throat into oblivion last night.
I saw the excellent
Yeah.
hangage there.
It did get longer, but before I took a picture, I killed it on accident.
Sometimes with your pastor and some friends.
Yeah, pastor and my father-in-law.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, my house, because I was like, let's make a fire. And I'm like, oh, let's just do it in the like sunroom. And my house smells like the whole house.
Oh, gosh.
So,
Just destructive.
my like pregnant wife. Great.
The trick for not being able to smell cigars afterwards is to get rid of the butts.
Do what?
Get rid of the butts.
I did, like,
yeah.
because we had multiple, I was using like a cat dish or something. I put a bunch of water in it, and then I
They
threw
go
it
out, yeah, because I at the beach, guys would come over, we'd smoke. But if I made sure the butts got out to the trash, you know, and then the next morning that wouldn't be a problem.
Right.
At least I couldn't smell it, but the dog didn't complain.
Yeah.
Well, I couldn't smell it. Like, I went out to work, and I came back home,
Yeah.
And then you could smell
and
it.
just like right away smell it.
Yeah, well, again,
But I did get rid of all the butts like that night.
The other,
Yeah,
well,
trick,
I also
but-
used. Yeah, I used to at the beach. I generally had the windows open. I mean, the coldest it got was 50s. But 50 at the beach is
That's chilly.
freezing.
Yeah.
You know,
With the
50 here is
marine effects that just
a
makes it
nice
cold.
day. Yeah, the damp is not good. There was a woman who was quoted. I don't know where it was. I was talking to a young Israeli woman, Orthodox Jew. No, she was Orthodox Jew in New York City. She had twins, and she explained to a reporter that having twins was horrible because when they came for you, you didn't know which one to save.
Wow.
My Jewish friend, I asked, you know, why don't Jews fight back? And they said, look, when the pogrom happens, if you don't fight back, they're going to kill some of you. But if you fight back, they'll kill all of you.
Wow. What a dilemma.
You know, my Jewish ex-relatives used to invite me over to fill out a Seder. And the hot tip was to invite some Israelis.
Yeah.
And when the Israelis left, they were, these are West Side Jews, explained to his wife how pushy the Israelis are. But I really like the Israelis because they were going to put up with shit.
Yeah.
Stuff that we don't understand how that dynamic. I don't even think I don't think that any of our groups quite understand that dynamic because those people and I'm convinced the Muslims will kill the Christians or any other not their flavor of Muslim just as easily. I tend to look at it if Satan made a religion, that would be the one they build. I said that on camera, I don't care.
I've said worse on this camera.
Yes.
We talked about should women vote last time, so
My mother said no. She was 85 or 86. She says, we really made a mistake when we voted.
Smart money says no.
my wife is somewhat sympathetic to it. Like, I brought it up as a joke because we share a Google Doc where we all put our ideas to talk about on these, and he put "should women vote" on there, and I shared that with my wife, and she's like, "He makes a good point." I hadn't even heard him talk about
I
it
want to
yet.
buy you Pearl. Is like a YouTuber. She like sells these shirts. It just says women shouldn't vote.
I love Pearl. She's awesome.
She's like, I struggle with her because she's super on point on that topic. If she deviates at all, she sounds like dumb as a rock.
Yeah.
But
She's got a couple things dialed in pretty good.
yeah, she is like on it. I do. I love her. She's hilarious.
You talk about body count. It's like, that's such a weird thing to even say. But
That's
it's like,
crazy.
so carnal.
Oh, you killed these many people.
Oh, you're an assassin? No, I just sleep around. That's my body count.
Man, all those free. Like, there's a ton. I don't even know them. They're like the 304s.
Yeah, that's what is that? Hoe upside down like a calculator.
I think. Yeah. Or she did the the hierarchy of whoredom. She has like this video, and she's like, I'm just like, what a man, because she talks to all these women that are like, well, I've slept with like 1,000 guys, but like, how come no one wants me? And I'm 45, and I don't have any eggs left, and like, all these guys should want me. And so she's like, no, she's like, porn stars are here, Army fans are here, blah blah blah. She's like, you're solid between a hoe and a this or whatever.
Oh,
and so it was like, it's
Scale.
so horrible, but it's true.
Life is really different from the Martian point of view.
So, Gene, what do you think about Dune and the new remake? Are you a Dune fan?
I was going to ask about that.
Yeah,
like-
I thought about it about
I
an
like
hour
the
ago.
book. I haven't seen the new remake.
Did you see the original movie?
Yeah, that wasn't. It,
The David Lynch one?
I mean, it was something back
it
in the
wasn't
day.
bad.
The 80s one?
Yeah,
As a kid, it just seemed dark and weird, and I didn't get it. But
well,
Weird
Yeah.
Star Wars.
weird
again,
Yeah, like-
I read Dune. I was a sophomore in college when Dune came out, and I just powered through it.
Yeah.
And for an anthropologist, I mean, it was brilliant.
Yeah.
I mean, the most incredible culture, sci-fi culture that anybody had come up with.
Yeah.
The funny words are all Dutch.
Oh, okay.
And then the movie, the first movie, Baron von Harkonnen, it set a new low for movie villains. I don't think anybody had been quite as depraved as he was. Sting did a good job.
Sting, right?
You know,
Gosh, that's crazy.
and
We watched the trailer the other day. I'm pretty sure that's Sting.
Yeah.
it was Sting.
Yeah.
But yeah, really interesting ideas, really interesting book, and then it got milked to the nines by the rest of the stuff. Now the only thing, but I keep quoting the Butlerian Jihad. Okay, you know about
Yeah.
back to Dune. The Butlerian Jihad spawned a commandment that ran through that whole culture.
Okay.
Thou shalt not make a machine in the image of a man's mind. And the Butlerian Jihad was a war. The AIs had subjugated humanity for 10,000 years. And the war where they finally got rid of the machines was the Butlerian Jihad. And that's why they had that rule,
Okay.
not to have AIs. And in my particular warped view of how the universe ought to work, I think the idea of having machines do your thinking for you is way past stupid.
Yeah.
having them do a little help is fine.
Where do you put the rails on though? And who decides what the rails are? Like with ChatGPT, I mean,
Oh, ChatGPT.
he was on.
I mean,
that guy
well,
was on Joe Rogan the other day, and he's like, "I have a lot of concerns, and I created this thing."
oh yeah. No, it's one of those things that I don't think you can be a little bit pregnant. You know?
Yeah,
I mean,
get you.
and if you hooked it up to the internet, I'd shoot you
Oops.
and blow it up.
I have bad news.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, because, well, see, the thing that I've said for 20 years, and most people don't get, is, I mean, we're going to see hell here real soon, and it's going to be big tech and assholes using big tech.
Yeah.
I mean, oh, digital money. Hey, I don't like you, Jones. I don't like you anymore. You're broke.
Yeah.
Zero.
Your social credit score is not where we want it to be. So
Yeah, you're done. You know,
no credit for you.
no credit
No
for
soup
you.
today.
I mean, the surveillance. I mean, before I left the beach, I'm looking at the police. Yeah, you bought 3 license plate readers. Why?
Yeah.
Well, there's 3 ways into town. Oh, okay. So you can read, license plate readers. Oh, now they're in all the police cars.
Yeah.
They do that. Yeah, they're looking for somebody's license plate. Any car in the country, or any modern car in the country,
Yeah.
will see it and report back. I mean, Fahrenheit 451. Hey, Montauk, go to. This is. I mean,
Yeah.
the Stasi and the Gestapo would just wet themselves over the kind of stuff that Google does normally.
That's available today. Yeah.
Yeah.
When I was in Germany, we were driving on the Autobahn, and unfortunately with the Autobahn, it's so residential now that there's very few places where you can completely open it up. But even then, once you come into the more residential areas and you see the speed limit starts to drop on the signs, you have to do it because there's cameras all along the way.
Yeah.
And they'll take a picture, your plate, your face, and if you've got your phone up, oh my gosh, like you'll be annihilated as far as fines because there's like no phones, no texting, which I can appreciate, right? But do I want the surveillance state, controlling that and penalizing you for that? But they take it very seriously in Germany.
My contention is that your smartphone is designed to be dangerous if you drive.
Designed to be.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The UI is designed
Yeah.
to be dangerous.
It demands your full attention.
Yeah. Is there anything that you can do that, in the old days, I used to be able to pick up my phone, scroll down to the guy I wanted to call and call him
Yeah.
without even looking at the phone.
Yeah.
Can't do that now.
No.
Yeah, you could text without looking
Yeah.
when you had buttons.
None of that. Oh, and this is also one of, no, it's not. And it's all getting worse.
Yeah.
And you have to use 2 hands. You realize that you
Do you
can't.
ever read any William Gibson?
No.
He invented a genre called cyberpunk.
Yeah.
His stuff is really very interesting, very dark, and very weird.
Okay.
But I highly recommend his books. I'd buy one when I had to fly across country.
Yeah.
So
Open it at the LAX airport.
he's kind of the grandfather of stuff like The Matrix and all that stuff.
Yeah, well, grandfather, again, see how old I am. But,
Great grandfather.
thanks, man. I needed that. Oh, that was the other thing. That was one of the
You're
other
not
things. I'm taking Granny over the monument. Granny must be 82 at the time. And she's telling me about dating and stuff in the horse and buggy era. Okay? And all of the things like that. And as she's talking, I'm sophomore in college, I think, or something like that. And all of a sudden it flashes in my mind, but we're the same age. Okay? I mean, meat robots are different ages, but we're the same age.
Old souls, young souls.
Now, and if you talk to people, I mean, You talk to my dad. You know, if you were talking to him, he wasn't an old guy. He was just, you know, he's just and Dick. There's Dick. You know, he's not old. He's just a dick. I mean, he's just the guy he is. Yeah. And we're all the same. We get into this thing of, now I know some people have played, oh, I'm old, and playing these things. Sure. Normally I don't tell anybody how old I am. Okay? Because I've had them been at least 10 years off most of the time. Oh, one of the things I decided is, if you don't have your hair and nose hair, you don't look old.
Yeah. It's true.
It's one of those clues.
And that's why I asked your age earlier, is because I was surprised at how, for lack of a better word, young you were compared to other people around your age range. You know, I'm the same asshole I was in high school. Okay, I mean, I'm the same guy. I'm the same guy that locked Dad in the furnace room.
Yeah.
I haven't changed.
Yeah.
I mean, I know more dance steps. I know funnier words, and I can do some arithmetic that I couldn't do then. But I'm the same guy.
Right. You saw the world differently than younger people have seen it, but at the same time, you've still seen everything that they've seen too, and so really, just you have more experience. Well, I wouldn't say wisdom; that's a stretch, but that's exactly the way I feel about it. Okay, I think of it like video games. Yeah.
Gee, I'm at level 5. You know? Yeah, if you come around that door wrong, back to The Expanse. Seen The Expanse on Prime?
No, I've wanted to.
We started watching that, and then we just, I don't know.
I've heard it's really good.
It's excellent.
Okay.
Yeah.
It is excellent. Yeah, when you watch it, all right, here's the quiz. Who's Gene's favorite character?
I don't know.
On The Expanse?
Yeah.
Is it the old guy that they space?
Oh,
I liked him.
No. No, but he's not a bad guy, but no. Gene's favorite character is Avasarala.
Oh, yeah. The delightfully venomous politician.
Absolutely.
Good description.
Oh, no.
I think that's my wife's too.
Yeah.
Her voice is like mine is right now.
That's funny.
No, and swears like a sailor. Yeah, no. Amos is fun. I like Amos. I've known Amos.
Amos, yeah. Amos.
Oh, when Pulp Fiction came out.
I've never seen
Yes,
Me either.
You guys have never seen Pulp Fiction?
I think it came out in a time where I was busy in life. And
That's
probably-
you
I
gotta
was
do
young
Pulp
enough
Fiction,
to-
You got to do
Probably-
Pulp Fiction.
I'm not opposed to it.
Wasn't on my
This
radar.
little brunette lured me down to the theater block from the bar, and it was still active, and it was a matinee.
It was
Is that mid-90s?
It was 94.
Yeah,
94 when it came out. Gosh, what was I?
And so
Yeah,
I'm
like
sitting there,
8. I'm not watching.
and it's not
Right. You can't go to the theater to watch that.
it's not linear,
Yeah.
Right.
okay?
No.
It's not linear, and about a quarter of the way in the movie, I figured it out. I figured out what's going on, and I'm cracking up and just laughing my ass off, and and everybody's looking at me like trying to figure out what's wrong with this
Yeah,
guy.
yeah.
And then the next scene comes on, and then they're all laughing because they now just got to
Realizing
the joke.
what's happening, yeah.
Talking to the chief of police at the time, I told him, hey, he thought, oh yeah, great movie. I says, yeah, it's a great movie. I says, I know everybody in that movie except the pawn shop boys. I don't know them. And then I said, unfortunately, some of them work for you and live in your basement. Or in your basement. That's where his detective bureau was.
Okay.
He didn't particularly like. But he's the guy that said that he'd be happy if these guys would just show up sober for work.
Gene, do you find staying relevant, reading, you write letters to the editor, all that, do you find over time that you tend to, what am I trying to say? Relate better to people a little bit younger than you. Like, that's been my experience. I'm almost 50, and I hang out with people that are 10 to 20 years younger than me.
I've always found that way, okay? Although I get along really well with Rory. And
I couldn't even guess his age. Like, I probably
he's a little younger than
early
I am.
60s.
Yeah, early 60s, yeah. He's younger than I am, but but he's a pretty odd duck.
I would agree with that assessment.
He's a very smart guy.
Yeah, he's smart.
And he's a good guy.
Yeah, he likes to hear himself talk, and that's okay.
When I first met him, I was doing Inside Mesa County, and he was in the class.
Oh, you did that, yeah.
And we were like, that was the second time I did it.
Yeah.
And we were like fencing all the time. Okay? And he would poke me, and I would poke him back, and we were having a great time doing that, you know. But he's a good guy. He underestimates some of the problems, I think. But that's a. I know. You're getting cold. Poor baby. I got to get you I have a coat. I have to sew on a new snap.
Yeah, our Pepper Pops, she's, this time of year, she has to start wearing a coat. She gets cold.
My first bull terrier was little. She was only 35 pounds. And my mother made a coat and a matching vest
Oh my goodness.
for me. I can't fit in the vest, but the coat will fit him.
Yeah.
And it's a Campbell tartan.
Yeah.
And he'll like that. They have all pretty much, oh, you're cold? Yeah. Yeah, I'll wear my coat, yes.
Yeah. Every time we open the beef jerky, he perks up.
Oh yeah. Smells it.
This is the first time he's ever been around any fire.
Oh really? We didn't have a fire the other night.
Well, he wasn't in this.
He wasn't right. Yeah, he was off doing whatever.
He was off
sniffing beer stuff.
What's this?
doing Alistair, yeah.
Yeah.
My first bull terrier liked beer.
Yeah. My kids love.
The one from
that.
Malibu liked white wine. Number 3 didn't like anything, but I think he's going to end up being a whiskey drinker.
There you go.
Fair enough.
It seems like
What it has to do with having my... I don't think I want your tongue in my whiskey. It's the way this works.
What's weird is I have the opposite problem that I always thought was an asset, but I could see eventually it becoming like a liability. Where almost all of my friends are 15 to 30 years older than me.
that was me when I was younger.
Yeah, so I'm hoping it like eventually flips or you just run out of people. But
My experience has been people my age all of a sudden become super uninteresting.
really?
Yeah, and
Because
they
you're
don't,
like 50.
they don't read anything. They don't do anything.
I always thought
They're
about
just
like
coasting.
They're just coasting.
I always thought of like the 40s like that. Like when you're 40, you're just like
You've checked out.
the bottom of like you're not cool at all.
I'd say late 30s, early 40s was where people either check out, they don't grow at all, they
I
don't
get
read
it.
anything else, they're just trying to survive.
How
They're thinking
about those
retirement.
Broncos?
I totally get it.
It's gotten cold outside, hasn't
But
it?
yeah, so yeah, they're just
Or they continue like you guys, you keep deep diving more into like deep theology and just crazy stuff, and you're reading stuff and you're thinking. You guys are going to be the interesting ones when you're 50. But
I
like
hope
the
so,
guys
'cause I just figure
I
like
went to
late
school with.
50s to 60s you emerge as like the cool old guy again,
Yeah.
but you got to put in the
It's a
work.
personal
to get
choice. Yeah.
Well, you got,
Were you unpopular as a 40-year-old?
There.
I
Unpopular.
don't remember. Again, see, I've always been the same age, you know, and that's
Compared to
which,
people around you.
That's which woman and what music was going on at that time, you know. I mean, I've always dated my life by music and the woman that went with it. So,
It's funny.
yeah, serial epic romances are maybe not the best strategy,
Serial epic romances.
but it's real interesting.
He's talking about the high highs and the low lows.
Yeah. Instead of just one long mundane one. That's hilarious.
Sometimes boring is good.
That's true.
In certain areas of your life, yes.
Boring is where you can be still.
Yes, we talked about that. Is that Micah 6:8? You still know what that is?
What was
I
it,
think it's out
Micah?
Micah.
Micah
Be
6,
still?
8.
Or is
Well,
that...
Why I
it's
feel like
Proverbs.
that's-
It's a Proverbs?
Yeah, it's a Proverbs, something around. That's a
'Cause that's,
personal life. Yeah.
Something.
Oh, that's the
and
song.
With your walk humbly with your God.
That's right,
That's,
yeah.
yeah.
That's the Sunday school song.
Yeah, we got into a little bit into reincarnation. And
Just a little bit.
Just a
In my
little.
next life, I'm going to come back as a king.
for 5 years.
Sounds like a great plan.
Yeah, for 5 years.
For 5 years.
Yeah, no, actually, it is what it is. I think this is when Disneyland started, there were coupon books,
Yeah.
okay, and there was an A coupon would get you a ride on the Main Street train,
Really?
and the really good rides were E's. And I think life is just an E coupon ride. What do you think, Willa? Do you think it's an E coupon ride? Did you do something bad to end up as a bull terrier, or did you do something good and this is really a promotion?
Yeah.
He's like, I was a worm before, so this is pretty good.
Maybe it was a mouse.
I'd eat dirt before.
Maybe a member of a Rat King group.
Well, either that or he was killing mice and that was his punishment is to have to wear a mouse on his butt.
He's like, I don't care, I just want dirt.
I just want to. I want to dig under the fire. See what's under
He
there.
was digging over here for a while. I was looking forward to it. Pepper just about tore his head off. He showed up.
Yeah.
She's fine now. She's,
My cats aren't fans.
no. They take off.
Yeah.
Who's this
Dominic
5
wins
months
the
old?
Understatement of the Evening award.
Yeah.
Your cats say really rotten things to him when they see him.
Yeah.
He's like, I'm just curious. Just checking me out.
So I'm curious as to what word you would use to describe us, because you didn't like soul, and I understand why. Would you say person, mind,
I don't know.
Entity.
I don't have a entity, you know.
something very
I'll
loose
just
and vague?
I'll go for entity because it's bland and neutral, but I don't know what word. You know, I think words are like the thing you pull out of the box
Right.
to fit something. But yeah, no, I think that we are. I think we are these trans-dimensional, immortal beings.
Spiritual beings having a human experience.
And yeah, we're just having a okay. That's a little.
You're outing
glib,
yourself
but
as a Christian, Gene.
What?
You're outing yourself as a Christian.
I've never not.
He's never denied it.
I've never denied it. You know, and I just worry about a lot of the other people who wear that on their chest.
Yeah.
And you're among friends that are, we think very differently than I say most Christians do. And our conversations go in some crazy directions.
Well, I know him pretty well. You know,
And a lot of the conversations that we've had on these videos is about how unwilling the Western Church is to think about these kinds of things.
well,
They want it to be very.
has to be.
It needs to be in a box.
Well, here's the deal. We're back to bureaucracy.
Yeah.
Okay? See, as soon as you build a church, you lose the religion. You lose God. Because now you get subordinate to all of those things. You have all of the people ego silly stuff. You have money, you have property, you got all of this social constructing going on. I think the only way that you can really have religion is to do it like the Buddhists or the Zens or whatever, And basically you have a borrowed baking bowl and you do that. And I think that was what Christ meant when he was talking about that. You know, you can't build, you know, as soon as you build the structure, and see, he was a revolutionary. He was an iconoclast. He was fighting against the Sanhedrin and the structure of Judaism at the time, and that was the thing that he thought was bad. And then
I think it's human nature, though, isn't it? Somewhat tribalism, that we want to just create structure out of something that
there's all sorts of human nature, you know.
Yeah.
And I think you've just nailed the essence of this life.
Yeah.
What we're supposed to do is deal with all of that stuff.
And that's what the Greeks and the philosophers, they realized that human nature doesn't actually change. It just looks different generationally, but it still comes back to the same root desires. And because when you think about the church, the Greek is ecclesia, which means a movement and a gathering. It doesn't mean a building, right? But then as humans, we're like, oh, building, structure, you know, theology, it's our way or the highway.
Who's the elder? Who can tell who what to do? Yeah.
Yeah.
How can I count coup on the guy I don't like?
Yeah.
You know, and all of the rest of this stuff. And it's like, yeah, I don't think that's what he meant. You know, and that certainly doesn't fit with how I think I ought to follow Christ.
Yeah.
I mean, and as far as good and evil, there are bad things.
Yeah.
There are flat out. All right, you can get down and go someplace or walk around.
Do you think it's just people? Which, yeah, if you want to let them run, there's not a whole lot you can do. Do you think is it just people that just are doing bad things, or do you think there's actually
no? There again, multiple universes, multiple entities. Yeah. You know, there are bad, evil. You know, things so bad we can't even understand it.
Agreed.
You know, and there are good things. You know.
Yeah.
But most everybody is doing their thing, not messing with other people. Or you know, but remember I said most everyone.
Yes. Yeah.
You can't take that one to the bank and expect that it's going to be really good.
You might need to find a pea spot.
Well, he'll find it.
You'll find it.
He'll work that out.
He's drinking something.
He's not up to lifting his leg yet, so he's still a baby enough to.
Yeah, we'll do the squat. Yeah, our ponderosa pine. I don't know my trees, but it starts dropping needles this time of year. We've got a pile over there, a pile over here. It'll be there. Yeah, there it goes. It's amazing how many needles that tree will drop. It's incredible.
I hope you're not peeing on your leash.
I think he is. There you go, Dad.
Thank you. I don't like it. That'll fix you.
Yeah.
He disassembled it this afternoon in Rory's office. I've got to either take out the needle and the stuff and go back to Marlin Spike seamanship, or I need a longer pop rivet to replace a couple of the things that he took out. Maybe I'll do something I've never done before and get a retractable leash so he can walk a lot.
I make fun of people that have those, but it kind of makes sense.
Well, he's got all
Just
my
get the
dogs.
little, thing that he sits on your chest or something.
All my dogs eventually get so they just stay with me.
The hangover.
I mean, again, it's a companion dog breed. They just stay with you.
Hit him a sweater.
And so, usually leashes are just to make people feel safe.
Right.
You know.
Dude, I have one of those.
You're welcome to whatever we have.
Go for it.
I'm regretting the
We got that. We got pretzels.
turning
We
the
got
steak there.
Now that she's free, do you want to try the beef
Oh,
jerky?
thank you so much.
Yeah, I'll take this.
Take two of them.
It's my homemade. That's a batch from last week.
Oh, you've been home making jerky?
I do it on the smoker. It's clean, soy sauce and a few spices, no sugar.
Do you buy like a cow or something locally? Or?
No, I just watch for sales at City Market. So this is buy one get one free bottom round. So I froze it till it was like firm, so you can slice it easy, like real thin, like a 1/4 inch, and then just season it, let it cure in the fridge for about a day, and then I throw it on the smoker. And, well, I call it a smoker. It's my pellet grill, but you can turn on smoking mode. You just let it roll for a couple hours, and I just slowly pull off pieces as they're done. You know, some of the thicker ones take longer, but
Which is good.
put it in the freezer just to keep it fresh. But
This is Dad's recipe, right?
no, this is. So I'm part of a group on Facebook. It's a pit boss.
He did use soy sauce, though, right?
He did, yeah. It was very similar.
This is great.
Thank you,
It's
sir.
great jerky, yeah.
Appreciate that.
It's really good.
Pure protein, just a good snack.
You got this recipe from that group?
Yeah, it's soy sauce, garlic powder, a little bit of onion powder, paprika, a little bit of cayenne, not much, but a little bit.
My hill that I will die on about beef jerky is that I don't think it should be overly sweet.
Totally agree.
Jack Link's,
Nope,
so sugary.
Oh, yeah.
Terrible.
Actually.
I don't think there ought to be sugar in it at all.
I agree.
Yeah.
This recipe calls for sugar. I don't put any in it.
Amen.
You don't need it.
Praise Jesus.
Yes. Hallelujah.
You got someplace I can pee?
Over
If
there?
you're open to it,
Yeah.
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 That's where you
the
just
dark
appeared?
corner.
Yeah. As soon as you're out of the light, just whip
Yeah.
it out and let it rip.
Falls in.
Just watch the chords.
Yeah.
I had a buddy from North Carolina. First time he visited, he's like, "Greg, where's your pee spot?" It's such a southern thing. Like,
No, you got one.
anywhere in the backyard.
Yep.
It's like it's fine. Okay. Like, why go in the house if you can just be in the yard?
It's true. And you don't care about that spot next
No.
to the tree.
Pee is like sterile. There's enough ammonia in there. It's good for the tree. That's all.
And then it goes on. That's fine.
We first moved we bought a house as a foreclosure down on Uray Avenue. It's now a rental property, but first moved in, first thing Riley did, drop trowel, just peas in the front yard. Like,
This is my house.
proud of you, son.
Claiming your territory.
June across the street, who's in her 80s. I don't think she'll mind. Her husband was like a pastor. It's just like peeing in the front yard. It's all good. No one cares.
How old is he?
At that time, he was probably like 6. Like, that's what we do. We just pee in the yard. It's like, but it's the front yard, dude. So just be aware.
Yeah,
We got neighbors.
my boys love getting outside if they can.
It's the best.
It's stinky.
Yeah, that steak was really good.
I know.
I didn't give you what cuts you
a
to
little
go on the
bit.
trip.
No, the light almost died.
Oh no.
It's okay.
One time I forget what they were doing. But he was playing something with my son, my like older, like 10-year-old son, and he like fell flat on his back at our house, like our last house that's got the like marble. And I was like, we killed G. But when she came to, he was laughing. No, I should, because we buy a cow every year.
Yeah.
I should give you some cuts of whatever.
Yeah,
See if they taste different or whatever.
Yeah, if you got anything that you ever want to smoke or put on the grill, like, you're more than welcome to. It's pretty much my favorite thing to do right now.
Yeah. I barbecue a lot, but I have never smoked anything.
I like the pit boss because you're cooking on pellets. So you basically it's like a barbecue, but you're cooking with actual wood. Because the pellets are wood, right? It's like cherry, hickory, and whatever else they put in there. Oak, I think. So I've been getting pellets from Sam's that are bourbon barrel. So it's oak barrels, and they grind up and form it into. So you get a little bit of extra, like, bourbon on everything. It's pretty fantastic, actually.
I bought a smoker, electric one.
Yeah.
The bull terrier thought it was television for dogs. But I loved it.
Yeah.
I go to Costco
Yeah.
and buy salmon.
Which we'll have one soon.
We will.
Willa, what are you doing? You're in the pool? I hope not. Salmon, chicken,
Yeah.
and Jack would sit there and guard it. Tri-tip came out.
Oh, tri-tip's so good. It was like a throwaway, not a throwaway piece of meat, but it was.
That's like the
Now it's more
the
expensive.
stereotype is like the California like we grew up doing tri-tip all the time. I didn't know it was a California thing.
Yeah. You guys made it expensive. Now it's more expensive than brisket. It's like, what?
I like it more than brisket.
I do too.
So good.
And I cook it like I cook a brisket. I season it slow, cook it slow. It's so freaking good. Even the chuck roast, I cook the chuck roast like a brisket. It comes out amazing. And if you can get that on sale, it'll be cheaper than tri-tip and brisket, but
That's what I should get because it's weird because we've been getting a full cow for like 3 or 4 years. It's like 1 year we're running out by like November,
Yeah.
and then the next year it's like I'm giving it away because
it's gonna get freezer burn.
yeah,
We used to get a half cow every year. Well, I end up with like cuts that I'm like, what
oh yeah.
bad.
There are lots of cuts where like I just don't know what to do with you, so I just give those away. And then like you're people's best friend.
Treats.
Anything that's remotely roast is like great on a smoker grill, because you can just cook it slow, it breaks it down. Yeah, some of the best meat I've made is a tri-tip.
Come on.
Sounds good.
And Sam's has it like prime, so it's like super, like a step down from wagyu. It's crazy.
Have you messed with any like corned beef?
I've never done corned beef or anything that's even remotely like
Pre-brined or
Brined.
prepared?
But for Thanksgiving, I'm gonna do a brined spatchcock. Is that what you call it? Turkey. Like cut out the breastbone and lay it out flat.
Oh,
Yeah, I've had people tell me the secret is brining them. I do chicken thighs,
Yeah.
but generally I don't like smoked bird.
That's too spicy for you. You're not gonna like that.
Bad poop.
Oh, no, you're wrong. You'll think that that's wonderful. Come here.
I brined a turkey 2 years in a row, and it definitely changes the character of the turkey. But I wonder what a brined turkey on a smoker grill. And I'm not going to smoke it like I'm not going to roll it like slow smoke and like cure it that way. I'll cook it like a regular turkey, but because it's on a pellet grill, you'll be rolling it in smoke anyway, so you'll be cooking it with wood. And I'll be curious to see how that turns out. My brother-in-law, he has the exact same grill, and he did one 2 weeks ago just as an experiment for Thanksgiving. He's like, it's the most amazing turkey I've ever made. I'm like, all right.
I will say that smoked turkey is the best turkey I've ever had.
It's
So
really
like,
good.
if you're able to like elevate it beyond that, then
I'll
Godspeed.
bring some to the family gathering.
Okay.
Yeah.
you're making me think I just want to do tri-tip. Because I hate turkey.
Oh, you don't like turkey?
Well, I don't hate it, but it's not like good unless you're
Amen.
unless you're doing.
It's not good.
It's
It's
not
not
good.
like good. Yeah.
Just
It's
say it
not like
it
oh, the
is.
centerpiece of our feast is gonna be turkey.
Like,
Don't
eat-
sugarcoat it, man.
Even
Say
if
it.
you like dark meat, turkey is not that good.
Yeah, I agree. So it's like unless you're like experimenting and like, oh, how does this taste? But I'm not gonna do that with turkey. Like I don't like it enough to.
to eat them after they
Use your bathtub and make a sous vide turkey.
It's sous vide for turkey. Yeah, there we go. I used to know her. Mother just liked turkey. So it was, what are you having for Thanksgiving? The traditional leg of lamb.
Yeah. I mean,
Lamb's not the greatest either.
Oh,
And if you cook it right,
I'm a terrible Greek.
you're a terrible Greek. You're going to get this inherited.
Yeah.
Sam's Club has some of the best lamb. I don't know why.
Really?
I think it's New Zealand.
Yeah, it's New Zealand lamb. It's great.
It's like mountain raised. It's super clean. Yeah. But man, if you get bad lamb,
I put the, well, you bad lamb is mutton.
it's my.
what would you compare good lamb to? for someone who's never had it?
So you just never had lamb?
It's super tender. It's got a good fat ratio. I don't know. What you
Good flavor, yeah.
It's so good.
Yeah, I rotisserie it.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
I've done that before.
and got one of those stupid set it and forget it. Stupid little electric rotisseries.
Yeah.
Perfect for that.
A little rosemary with it.
Does prime rib really well, too. And rack of lamb.
Yes.
I like racking the lamb, but that's $4.50 for 10 minutes, or 5 minutes.
It's quick,
Yeah.
Because like turkey is a more muted flavor.
Oh, yeah.
Chicken is slightly like sweeter. It lends itself better to like sweeter spices.
It's a lot like chicken.
A lot like chicken,
What's that? A lot like chicken?
like a lighter flavor.
It's a Matrix thing.
McCormick's
Everything
chicken
tastes like chicken.
spice at Sam's Club. A lemon and some white wine. I let it sit there and get happy for a day or so before you throw it on the grill.
For the lamb,
For the chicken.
for the chicken.
Oh,
Okay.
chicken.
And lamb, rosemary, and garlic.
Rosemary
Lots
and
of garlic.
Yeah.
All right.
So my brother
Anything that goes well with garlic, I'll eat.
was the
Is there
CFO for a
You can't put garlic on?
grocery company in LA.
That's still pretty good.
Yeah.
And run by some Armenians, and they decided that, owned by some Armenians, they decided that they were going to have service delis. And the service deli had two crews, one Armenian and one Mexican. So, and talk about a horrible clash of cultures.
Armenian and what?
And Mexican.
And Mexican. Okay.
The
Different.
the Armenians made carnitas by putting garlic and rosemary in it. And this is pork. You know how to do carnitas?
I don't.
Oh. Carnitas you smear with lard and cook in milk.
Okay.
Slowly, yeah.
I did not know that.
Yeah. My bar owning buddy, his cook, big guy. Oh, Jaime, this is really great. How do you do this? Well, you do this, this, and this, this. Screw that. I'll come in and you tell me when you're cooking.
Yeah.
It's not, And then, so that's what the Armenians would do with the carnitas, right?
Interesting.
The Mexicans would smear the leg of lamb with lard and cook it in milk. And so the carnitas was terrible, and the lamb was terrible. Depending on which crew did it.
Right.
It was like, oh yeah, okay, forget this.
Yeah.
Neither one of you guys can cook this stuff right. Yes.
My Greek mom would take, she would buy squid.
Your mom was Greek.
Yeah. That's why I say I'm a terrible Greek because I don't like lamb.
I knew he had some Greek in.
I guess we got into the dad stuff. We didn't get into the mom stuff.
Okay.
Yeah, a little
My
bit.
mom's Greek,
That's cool.
but I don't know what you call it, but she would buy like whole squids
Yeah.
and then fill the cephalus, I guess, I don't know, with all kinds of weird spices and stuff and sew it up.
That sounds old
I
school.
just remember because
squid.
I would like play with the heads and the tentacles
Yeah,
and blah, blah, blah.
it's so weird.
But it tastes so good, but I haven't had it in like probably 30 years. I got it.
Could you
I've-
make it if you wanted to?
I don't know.
I've never had
I
squid.
mean, in my head, I just don't know what she'd put in it. I can make it up.
I'm sure you could Google it and see something on books.
I can take a squid and stuff it with stuff and see if it tastes good.
Are there any esoteric meats that are actually legal that are just very hard to come by?
That are legal.
That are legal.
Legal, yeah, because like you can't have like penguin, right?
Or horse.
Horse. Are there any others that are like legal that you can actually like? Because you go on cruises and they're like, frog legs, alligator meat, whatever.
Yeah.
There's a Chinese restaurant in Whittier. Frog legs and alligator meat and everything else on it.
Yeah, that sounds really
Yeah,
good.
yeah, Chinese will eat almost anything.
I've heard rattlesnake is really good.
I've heard that too. When
Also,
my
it
dad
tastes-
served in Vietnam, he was invited to a local's home and they served a dog
Yeah,
for dinner.
black dog is supposed to be the best.
Yeah. Well, close
Yeah. Cover your ears.
to close to a bear, kind of greasy.
Very nice.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I don't know if that's legal like here.
No,
It's hard to,
it's frowned upon.
yeah.
Speaking of movies, A Boy and His Dog?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Harlan Ellison, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes. I'll keep the dog.
He's like, what are you guys talking about? I don't know about this.
I'll keep the dog.
The line that culture draws between like which animals are okay to eat and which ones are not, I find very fascinating because it's not at all the same between different countries.
It's really
Like the
interesting.
PETA billboards where it's like, okay, and then a line, not okay.
Yeah.
Why is that? It's like, I don't
I
know.
don't know. Makes sense.
Makes sense, but
I'm sort of torn on the domestication of animals in general anyway.
Torn on its
As far as like,
variety or
well,
You don't like eating food?
I'm just saying as far as I know, I could be wrong, there's no biblical basis for domesticating animals to the point of having them as companions. Not to say that that's immoral.
sure.
I just think the Bible doesn't really.
And off the menu. Unless it's like kosher type stuff, but
I just
more-
think it's a.
is that what you mean? Like for the purpose of them getting off the menu?
No, I mean,
Well, all right, domesticating. When you said that, I was thinking of cattle, but you're thinking of cats.
There's only like
familiars here.
7
Yeah.
or 8.
The reason
types
you
of
have a
animals
dog
that can
is
truly be
because
domesticated.
he's a helper.
right.
Which
The
is
reason you have
weird.
cats
it is.
is to
And that's
chase
their law of
mice
life.
because they're a helper.
Right.
They do work for you. Horses do work for you. You don't do much work. You're a problem, but that's because you're a baby and a pain in the ass. But no, you have a dog. You have a dog because it hunts. Even little teeny dogs are really useful because they make noise.
Yeah.
Their job is to make lots of noise.
Our dog does that really well.
So, and that's to alert you or to alert somebody else. You know, I think the best guard animals are geese.
Geese.
You know, and they're mean and everything, but they make a mess of everything.
Yeah.
But then again, you can roast them too.
Yes.
I mean, I agree with you. I'm saying that culture has imparted this kind of companionship, almost quasi-personhood onto pets.
Yeah, well,
Where it's
You're
like,
talking like almost the modern phenomenon of like fur babies.
kind
Yeah,
of,
fur
just
baby.
to the point of, why does culture say you can't eat dogs and cats because we have them as pets? And I'm saying, why are you
Okay, why is that?
defining that in that context?
Yeah,
I
that's
don't think there's hardly any basis for it. We've just domesticated certain
Just a
animals
cultural thing, yeah.
and bred a lot of the wildness out of them.
well, again, most of the wildness, the difference between
it's like you still
this
don't
and a
eat
coyote
wolf.
Right.
is giant.
Do you?
Yeah.
Mountain lion. Like you
He
can
is
hunt
not
mountain lions.
as obnoxious as you are.
You need a cat.
It's giant difference.
I
And you don't think you're
I'd
obnoxious. You
opposed
just
to
think you're
I'd
being
try probably anything, but yeah, you're right. Like,
be teenage
I have a
boy.
buddy that he runs Twin Peaks Bible Camp, and every year he gets a bear with his bow and arrow. Bear is greasy, it's not great, but he turns it into chorizo, and it's amazing. He makes like a chorizo chili, Pierre and Thomas. It's like
Sounds-
freaking incredible.
really good.
Yeah.
The right spices and everything.
Yeah.
Aaron Thomas, former director of Twin Peaks Bible Camp, who is actually a huge fan of Dune.
Is it?
He is. He's read all the Dune books.
We need to have Aaron Thomas out.
Yeah.
Put him on the list.
Sure.
We've got this like working list of like
Oh, yes. Nice.
Yeah.
Gene was on the short list.
Yeah.
First it was Dominic. Now it's Gene.
Dominic broke the mold.
Somehow I keep getting invited back. I'll keep coming as long
These are
as
super cool.
the
Yeah.
invite's there.
Anyone who's willing to show up and just hang. That's all it's about.
So Gene, this started with basically Alex, myself, and my son. My 19-year-old son.
I gave him kind of the rundown.
Did you? Okay.
Yeah, the chiropractor from your office was kind of the first one to respond to my desire to
That
want
was,
to do this kind of stuff.
what's his
Dan.
face?
Dr. Dan.
Yeah.
That was here.
Yeah. And then once he left, we kind of wanted to keep it going and
But it's
hang
kind
out
of an
and
interesting
converse.
process.
It is. No script.
It'll not be good at the trial.
We have nothing to lose and nothing to gain.
That's right.
Google
It's just a
Marxist self-recrimination sessions.
What is it?
Marxist self-recrimination sessions.
Incrimination.
That sounds
sessions.
interesting.
Okay. In World War II, captured American soldiers kept the whole German division busy. Tens of thousands of escapees and stuff. During Korea, 5 escapes. What changed? Marxist self-incrimination sessions. Brainwashing. Or for you Catholics, confession.
Is that like a Maoist struggle session?
Yeah, probably.
Similar?
I don't know the Maoist. I'm not a real up on Mao, but yes, I'm sure it's the same thing.
I think it is, yeah.
Yeah.
Was that was a thing that the Catholic Church was basically used as like the confessions were.
What is this? Was white man?
What?
Oh. I don't know. I can't speak on that.
You can't have that mechanism. Without
Compromised.
using
That's
it.
the word I was looking for.
Compromised.
Compromised.
Yeah, you can't have that mechanism without using it. Again, that's one of those slippery slope things, you know.
Yeah.
Except the slippery slope is basically vertical. You can't.
It's
You can't. You can't have that one without using it.
Just recent cliff.
Because for every really good guy who just uses it, right? There's at least 10 that use it wrong.
Yeah.
Yeah, for the person to talk about all of that stuff, we need to talk to Ann. She's got that one cold, you know. Oh yeah,
Should she be a guest
Catholic school.
Do it.
off camera? We've done that before.
Ann's got a whole bunch of interesting stuff,
I bet so.
you know. And the fact that she's a born-again conservative, having escaped from 2 cults, in the way she looks at it,
I would love to hear about her conversion.
and stuff.
I've never heard that.
And she will tell you that you do not understand how evil those people really are.
Yeah.
You keep underestimating them.
Yeah.
And that's one of our problems, is our human, meaning all humans' problems, is we have a really hard time conceptualizing something we don't understand.
Yeah.
You know. And when it comes to evil or just, you know, stuff that, you know, I'm sure the Hamas guys don't think of themselves as evil.
Oh, no.
You know. And I find that whole thing really tragic because it's software.
Yeah.
It's all frigging software, and we can change software. The biggest thing, the most important message for all of humanity is that stuff in your head is software, and you can change it.
Yeah.
Oh no, I was born this way. Every time somebody says that to me, I just want to you know, oh no, I was born this way. This is the way I am. This is the way no. I mean, there's a little bit in your core personality and stuff like that.
Yeah.
But most everything else is dance steps, words, music, words, stuff that you learn to do.
Right. So a little bit of nature and a lot of nurture.
Yeah. Okay. Pauli used to say that man is a rationalizing animal, not rational.
Yeah.
And what we occupy nodes in sociograms, and what we try to do is rationalize the messages that go past our node.
Yeah. Do you think we're at a place now where we have a lot of weak people that have been coddled and we're complacent, and so we're given to all kinds of weird and interesting things, whereas if all of a sudden the apocalypse happens, then it's just like, it's time to be a man again, it's time to step up again. Do you think we're at that place? Like, I've heard that about other cultures.
Yeah.
We've
Okay,
had it
that
so
was,
easy.
that's
Kids
kind
are
of what I said is life is too easy.
Life's
okay?
too easy.
And what happens when life is... I love military things, right? And militaries are giant bureaucracies. And when they have a vast period of peace, everything is foo-foo.
And it just
Everything is silliness.
turns out to be garbage.
And as soon as they get into a war, when their asses are on their line, if they can convert it,
Yeah.
if they can let the bastards start doing what they do, then they're okay.
Yeah.
Otherwise, they die.
Yeah.
Another Amazon Prime, or this is MGM Plus, is Rogue Heroes. It's a story of David Sterling and the SAS.
Okay.
David Sterling was one of my childhood heroes. He destroyed more German aircraft than the RAF did. Okay, and he created, well, according to the movie, and I suspect there's a bit of every episode of the movie, the TV show says, yeah, the really strange stuff in here is mostly true, you know. But yeah, it was the only way they could fight normal, and the British weren't winning. The British weren't doing it. The British, well, again, military stupidity. The Battle of Islamanda in Africa, the British lost 3,000 men, lost a whole column to the Zulus. And the reason they lost them was because the Quartermaster Corps, which was responsible for giving away ammunition, didn't want to open up the boxes and give all that ammunition out. So the soldiers ran out of bullets and got stabbed. Okay? The Mark 14 torpedo, which was built in the 1930s for the United States Navy, didn't work until the end of 43. We lost at least 3 submarines because of it. And the only way that it started to get fixed was there was a asshole captain who got connected with Admiral Kelly, who was a chief of naval operations, who was just a Type A tiger, and started beating the Bureau of Ordnance into first recognizing that their product was no good and then fixing it. But up until that point, which was 43, didn't get right till 44, was the Bureau of Ordnance was telling the submariners they just were using it wrong. If you set the depth for 11 feet, it would dive down to 27 feet and run under the enemy ship. The magnetic detonators wouldn't. The contact detonators mostly wouldn't. You know, and these were design flaws because the torpedo was never tested during the 30s because of money.
Okay.
Never tested, and then they wondered.
They never tested. Well, they're very expensive to test these things. There's a bureaucracy, right?
Yeah.
I don't have the budget for that.
Yeah.
I can't fix this problem. I don't have the budget for it. You know? So fire that clerk and you test him. Oh, no, I need her. I need to, you know, my salary and my prestige is dependent on the size of my budget. The biggest single element of my budget is labor. Therefore, I need as many Indians to salute me in the morning as I can get. Because that's the only way that I can get promoted and be a good guy. And that's, you go start looking, that's the game. Over and over and over again.
So, Gene, what would you say about the conservative notion that peace is found through strength?
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
Si vis pacem, para bellum. If you want peace, prepare for war.
Yeah.
Assholes, well, there's this Roman satirist named Juvenal, and his quote that the first quote Heinlein used as a chapter heading, which was "Cute cadosis, cadosis." Who will guard the guardians? Or who will watch the watchmen?
Yeah.
Okay. The other Juvenal one is good people do good things because they're good. Bad people don't do bad things because they know they will be punished.
Yeah.
If you remove the certainty of punishment, this is the corollary, then there's nothing to restrain bad people.
Yes.
And that's where we are now.
That's where we are.
And what we've done, this is female privilege. We're so fat and happy that the fat screaming girls go, oh, that would be so mean to punish him. Mean is the worst thing you can be. Anything else they can come up with a rationalization for. But mean, oh, you're mean. Yeah, and I know that, yes.
He's a little mean.
yeah. But
He said,
no,
"I'm
I'm mean right here, yeah. But don't punish poor Johnny. He's just had a bad home life. He's just, hey, look at Johnny is feral. Either he gets it together, or we get rid of him. There's because the thing is, we can't. Well, we have prison. We just imprison him. Yeah. $85,000 a year per prisoner.
Right.
And you're not going to get better. No, there's no way that this is dumb. This is dumb to penalize all the hardworking good people.
Right.
Okay, and it's like, well, who makes the money? Lawyers. The worst single priest class we have in our society. And they are the priest class.
Yeah.
And it's about the criminals are profit mechanisms. Crime pays. But it pays for lawyers and it pays for the bureaucrats. I've sat in court watching the LA County Sheriff's Deputy Bailiff read magazines and sit there in court knowing that he's making $150,000 a year.
Yeah.
Okay, with 90% retirement. And no, the system is broken. It's about money.
Yeah.
I watched a deal in Fort Collins where the probation department was flat out perjuring themselves in court, but 80% of the defendants were Hispanics and stuff and had no idea what was going on, and they were just taking the deal and screwing themselves.
Yeah.
I mean, now you can talk to Ann, and Ann has even more horror stories, names and stuff like that. And it's like, no, there are some really bad people out there who need to go away. Okay. Most of them don't wear badges, but a few of them do.
Yeah.
Most of them don't have JD after their name, but a few of them do.
Yeah.
And, I believe in the rule of law. You're a drooling moron. The law means just exactly what the last dirtbag in a black dress says it means.
Yeah.
That's a cop phrase. But that's it. If I ask nicely, could I have a Dorito, please, Mr. John?
Yours, sir.
So, Gene, on a global level, would you agree with the premise that peace through strength means that any country that's opposed the U.S. on a wartime level that we have brought to their knees, Japan, Germany, definitely not
The Brits.
yeah, right, the Brits. That now we're allies to a certain extent. There's nuance there. But other countries where we just like, we kind of like pander and Iraq, Afghanistan, that's not been effective. Vietnam, that was a horrible war. It was not effective at any level.
All right. Why do you think we fought Vietnam?
My dad would have opinions on that.
What's your dad's opinion?
So his experience was there was this war machine that was funded by, unfortunately, by U.S. Congress people. So he saw planes landing in Vietnam. He's like, oh yeah, that's, and I can't name all the names. This is way before me. He's like, oh yeah, that's so-and-so's involvement in that particular company. And they're very interested in this war continuing. And so he saw planes landing in Vietnam. He's like, oh yeah, that's so-and-so's privately funded company. And they're funding this war. And they just wanted it to go on and on and on. But they were not interested in us actually winning. I don't know what winning would have looked like there. I mean, it was...
The American military was doing a pretty good job.
My dad came back with... He was a cook.
Yeah.
But even though he was there, he was exposed to Agent Orange. And now he has physical complications because of that.
Yeah. I know a bit about that because it's kind of my generation and stuff.
You were young then, but...
Oh, I had a draft number of 23. I was going to get a college diploma in one hand and an induction notice in the other.
What does that mean, 23?
Well, there was a draft lottery. And if you had a high number, you're probably not going to get drafted.
Okay.
If you had a low number, 23.
And you said you had a disability?
Yeah, I have bronchiectasis. I have a bad spot in my lung. Okay. They found it when I was 14. It was well documented. Yeah, I could tell you how Gene stayed out of the military, but which is a kind of a comedy of errors anyway. But we had made a deal during WW2 with Ho Chi Minh to give him Vietnam.
Okay.
The French didn't particularly like that deal. They wanted the colony back.
It's a war I just don't understand.
So they wanted their colony back, right?
Yeah.
They were using the French Foreign Legion. After WW2, the French Foreign Legion, aka the scum of the earth, and I think that's probably still really true.
Okay.
These will be the Russian and Ukrainian rejects. These scum of the earth. We're kicking Uncle Ho's butt in Vietnam. And some little Jewish reporter from the New York Times figured out that the French Foreign Legion was made up of all of these ex-Nazi soldiers.
Okay.
And they were in Vietnam fighting. So this embarrassed the French. And so they pulled the Legion out and put the French army in. That's how we got the disaster at Dien Bien Phu.
Okay.
Mel Gibson's We Were Soldiers.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, that's that one. What I think
was that a good movie? Was that
excellent movie?
I liked it, but I wasn't sure if it was that.
Everything that Mel Gibson has ever done himself
Yeah.
has been superb.
Agreed.
Everything that he did for somebody else was just to make money. Yeah.
What women
So-
want?
What?
What women want?
A classic.
Women want.
Oh my
Yeah.
god.
Ages.
Horrible.
And the sequel.
I think
There is one.
part of the main reason for Vietnam was we were defending the CIA's heroin business out of the Golden Triangle.
Okay.
Now,
I've not heard that.
the other thing that was going on was the military-industrial complex
Yes.
was, I worked at Hughes. So, hey, they didn't care whose kids came home in the box as long as they could sell hardware.
Right. So you believe that That's a thing.
Yeah, no, that's a thing.
Yeah.
But it's not a pure thing, okay? Now, the other thing that was going on, I believe that Lyndon Baines Johnson was part of the group that killed Jack Kennedy.
Oh my gosh, he's a whole other episode.
A whole nother episode, yes.
No, this is good.
Well,
30 minutes, by the way.
Okay.
30-minute warning.
Lyndon destroyed black families. The war on poverty. Lyndon was an incredible racist and an absolutely horrible person. And he did that to destroy black families. And those will be voting for us for the next 100 years. I mean, that's a quote.
It's horrible.
I mean,
Recording. Yeah.
I mean, just absolutely horrible guy, okay? But again, there's money moving around. And as long as there's money, we're getting money, right? Now, this is the thing that bothers me about the Ukraine. You know, Hunter Biden's got a no-show job in the Ukraine. Pelosi's kid's got a no-show job in the Ukraine.
Gosh.
How many more? Oh, well, we're not going to find that out because nobody's flipping over those flat rocks. But let's get lots of money to the Ukraine. Not that I think that the Russians are saintly or anything else like that.
Exactly.
You know, it's, you know, and the idea that the enemy of my enemy is my friend is stupid.
Yep.
The enemy of my enemy is his enemy, and we may be able to agree on how to kill him, but that's temporary.
Right. Agreed. Yep.
So yeah, they were running squad engagements from the war room at the White House.
Gosh.
Okay, I mean stupidity.
Yeah.
Hey, you general, your job is to win this war. Go win it. There's this guy on YouTube who does military stuff, the naval stuff. Absolute. The first battle at Savo Island. The American captain was an absolute imbecile. I mean, this guy eventually killed himself, but somebody should have shot him because he got hundreds of guys killed. You know, and it's. I told you about the captain that ran. Oh, maybe I told this story to Rory today. When Dad was at the Naval Academy, there was the tailor shop at the Naval Academy. Okay, because you have to have your uniforms tailored.
Your dad served in the Navy?
My dad went to the Naval Academy. He didn't serve in the Navy.
Okay.
It's an interesting nuance there. He didn't get commissioned.
Okay.
Okay, he hurt his back resting for the Naval Academy. And they had, at the time, they had a surplus of ensigns, so they didn't need him. He got a free college education, you know, and a fucked up back. But the guy in charge, stop it, please. The guy in charge of the tailor shop at the Naval Academy when he was there was a captain. Now, most civilians don't understand ranks, okay? Captain's a flag rank. Captain is a big deal. Captain's like colonel in the army. Okay, it's a big deal.
Yeah.
Okay, this captain is in charge of the tailor shop at the college. Why? Well, he was in charge of a destroyer flotilla. And out this one night, they were out driving along, and somebody sees some other ships. So he instructs his ships to follow the protocol and turn on their navigation lights. The Japanese thought that that was a great idea.
Yeah, I bet.
They sank his column. You know, what do you do with a moron like that? You're in a war, and this is, but there's a shooting thing that happened in Florida that changed police and FBI shooting. And it was in the 80s, I think. And the cops were massacred. And it turned out that what the cops were doing, they'd shoot and then they'd pick up their brass because that was the way they shot at the range.
Okay.
And didn't realize that they were in the business of shooting the bad guys.
Yeah.
And that got them killed. But you get these really bad habits in these situations. Great bureaucratics, you know. Oh, yeah, the guy gave me orders. Well, look at the problem with, you know, and back to David Sterling, look at, yeah, our job is to kill, go out, kill, come back, go out and kill.
Yeah.
There's a place in that Patty, Maine, first time out, goes into a German Italian air base, and all of the air crews and the pilots and everybody are sitting in the mess hall, drinking and playing cards and stuff. He walks in the door and kills every one of them. Machine guns, you know, Thompson and shotgun, kills every one of them right there. Well, they don't have guns. They're not armed. They're the enemy. Our job is to kill them. Now, if they strafed a base, that would have been fine.
Yeah.
Oh, but that's ungentlemanly. No, it's not, you know. We're going to be done with this. This is, we've got to, and as soon as you get to the understanding, hey, I don't want to fight a war. I don't want to fight a war either. You know, the guys in the military understand war, and they don't want to do it. The guys outside of the military get into the, oh, well, we should figure out what's going on. There's all sorts of ways to play this game if you're smart. Not if you're Joe Biden or Barack Obama or somebody else. But we are just...
So do you guys have closing questions?
Closing questions?
Are we there?
I think we're there.
I think we're there. No, but I will say it has been a pleasure to talk with you, and
Well, that's the nicest thing anybody said to me in weeks.
pick your mind and hear your thoughts. It's been very compelling.
Well, yeah, they don't call me Crazy Gene for nothing.
That's true. That's true.
Pleasure to have you on. You're welcome anytime.
I thank you. Well, what do you think?
Did you have a good time?
He had a great time.
Yeah, let's see. You
dug
said
it.
something about a steak, and I haven't seen mine.
You dug, you found nothing.
Yeah.
You tried to stay warm. You peed on your own leash,
Yes, yes.
allegedly.
That's not too damp, so I must be okay.
He's like, I'm not holding it.
You're not going to admit to that? You're a little monster. But you've been up late enough to sit
Have you
there.
watched Foundation yet?
No, I haven't.
What's
That's Netflix, right?
Foundation, you guys are talking about. The other side. I don't think it was Netflix.
I think it is. Well, if it's Netflix, I got to come over and watch it with you. Because I don't do Netflix.
I don't think. I mean, it could be. It was one of those Amazon or Stars or some crap. One of those stupid things. But
I used to teach a freshman seminar course, and it was all science fiction. And Foundation was one of the ones I made them read. And it's a 3-volume set, Asimov. And Baldwin used to say, if the social sciences existed, the social sciences existed, this is what it would be.
Oh.
Okay? Now, you've got a little more sex and drama in yours than I think Mr. Asimov had in his.
As they like to do with sci-fi.
Yeah, you know, I mean,
yeah,
that's how I got into Tai Chi. Okay, so I roll into the Hollywood celebrity shoot in this Mercedes G-Wagen, parks nose up to my 240D. Well, at least I had a Mercedes, right? And getting out of the Mercedes is Aaron Gray. When I was in high school, there was a sci-fi TV show called Buck Rogers in the 24th century. The sprayed-on gray jumpsuit was Aaron Gray. Okay? So she was there with her producer husband and stuff. And she was me and the Chinese guys were talking to her because we all recognized who she was and stuff. And she said, yeah, she was really into Tai Chi. Yeah, she must have been 50 and looked like she was 30. And what are you doing? I'm doing dog stuff, Dad. Leave me alone.
Digging around.
She was doing Tai Chi.
Yeah.
And that was almost enough of an incentive because it's been to drive an hour to UCLA to take her Tai Chi course. No, almost.
Yeah.
But when I came back here, I started doing Tai Chi. Best thing I ever started doing. I should be doing it now, but Mark is a Birkenstock wearing hippie and tends to believe 60 minutes. And when COVID came along, it was horrible, and we could stop and do it in the park and do stuff. And it's like
He's a local guy.
I couldn't hear it, and stuff. But it was well worth the effort. And if I was czar, children would do that instead of playing basketball. Or those other silly things. Yeah, Tai Chi, fencing, gun shooting, and stuff like that. Useful skills. None of this basketball, football, and other silly stuff. Yeah, I'm unreconstructed. I'm clearly the wrong guy in the wrong century in the wrong culture. Yes, aren't you?
We've enjoyed your presence. It's been
Well,
a
thank
really
you for
good
having me
conversation.
over. It's been fun.
It's been really good.
It's been fun.
Thank you.
And Stinky says thank you too.
Oh,
He's a good dog.
quite welcome.
Yes.
For
Yeah,
a
he's
5-month-old puppy,
He did
he's
really
very
well.
good.
Yeah.
He's a good dog.
And I think he's only going to get better.
Agreed.
I expect by the time he's a good job, the brain gets delivered on their 3rd birthday.
Yeah.
My brother told me that, and I didn't believe it
It
until I
takes a
saw it
while.
happen. Yeah, UPS on their 3rd birthday.
Yeah.
He will come over and it's just sit there and read, okay, Dad, yeah, we're here.
He's a good boy.
And you need me to chase cats? Maybe. Only if you tell me to. You don't know what cats are. They're just kind of interesting right now.
They're very interesting.
Let me warn you, they have knives and they're evil.
That's right.
Many knives.
And you have to watch it because they have knives. Jack was so funny. He thought cats were really interesting. Cats were really interesting. And then all of a sudden I noticed that he would run up and stop right out of knife distance. So I said,
Smart.
okay, you got your nose scratched
Yeah,
once.
you know.
You now know they have knives.
That's awesome.
As someone with kids, they don't learn as quickly as dogs do. They think
Yes.
they can still mess with the cats.
Yeah, you don't mess with a cat. The cat will mess back.
That's right.
Kids are slow on the uptake.
Fantastic.
Well, you guys are great. This has been
thank you.
terrific.
Was this
Had a
fun?
nice ride, yeah.
Yeah.
This was good.
Thank you.
Yeah, well, most blowhards enjoy talking, but this is this was good. And the reason I write most of the stuff that I write is to communicate with people and try to do ideas. I'm frustrated by the fact that the Sentinel will only run one a month
Agreed.
because I think they're being idiots. Well, they are idiots, but
Yeah.
not just the stuff that I put in alone. And if they did a couple of more people, they would triple their audience.
Yep. Agreed.
And the whole but it's communication and they're not into that. They're into subjugation.
Yep.
And
They're in their own echo chamber.
the one I haven't done is Theory A and Theory B. There's only 2 theories. I think that politics has only got 2 theories in it. A and B. Theory A says I'm cooler, smarter, better looking, and God loves me more than you, so I can tell you what to do. And Theory B says, fuck you.
That might be an op-ed.
And
Send it in.
the America, Tom and the boys, did the most B country ever created. Not totally B, because these are points on a continuum, but the most. And the Democrats and some of the moderate Republicans are very much A's. You know? Hey, no. I'm going to tell you what. No, look, I don't need to tell you what to do. All I need to do is tell you what will happen and what the truth is. And you can make that decision. And most all of you are going to make the right decision. And the ones that aren't are probably either going to kill themselves or being killed by their neighbors. So it's going to be self-healing. Oh. Every time we make a government job, we've created a Democrat that we can't get rid of. Actually, we've created a bunch of Democrats that we can't get rid of because so it's your job. How does your wife feel about that? How do your kids feel about that? You know, how does the rest of your family feel about that?
Yeah.
And this is the multiplier. And this is what they keep doing. And the problem is, for every one of those government jobs, it takes some number of regular peasants to pay for it. Yeah. And the math is wrong. Yeah. Eventually, you run out. All right. Say goodbye. We're going to go. You can go home. I even know where there's some food that you'll like. I know how you are. You like foods. Only the good stuff, but you like the foods. This has been great, guys.
Yeah. Appreciate it.
Yeah.
Let's... whenever.
So,
And you, say goodbye, Ulla.
Fairly well. Nice to
good
have
night,
you.
Doc. So you guys can either go through the house or
No, we'll go out to the
or
gate.
the side gate. It's all the same. Yeah.
Yeah, we'll go out to the gate.
All right.
Less exciting for everybody.
Shutting it down.
God bless you, brother. Nice to meet you.
Thank you. Isn't it great that we live in interesting times?
It is. Always.
May you live it.
Yeah. It's great and it's horrible all at the same time.
See?
Oh man.
All right, come on.
Thanks for bringing your pop.
Take care.
He's a super cool dude.
Have a good one, Gene.
Yes.
Sorry I was late. Just
No,
those, you know.
you're good. We're good. It's all fine.
Sometimes you get waylaid at home. I assume that's what happened, right?
Yeah, well, like I
Late,
got home from work later than normal.
Or Monday's kind of hard for you.
Yeah, because they just seem unpredictable.
All this stuff hits.
You always feel like, oh my, nothing's happening today, and then just yeah.
Same for us.
We're like sending this like a trailer full of crap to Alaska, and the guy's like leaving 2 in the morning because he figures it'll be like 14 hours to the border or whatever.
The stuff that
Canadians
you
gonna
put
grab
up
it.
with, like, I don't even understand. Like, it's another level.
Well, it's
Which I
just
appreciate.
we're like, it's just one of those like you've been planning it for like weeks and it's just fine, and in the last minute you're like, oh no, the border says your paperwork's something, and you're like, oh crap, should we say don't leave, or so they're just like, you can't go yet, like I need help figuring out this is like, you know, is the manifest right and the bill of lading, and we're trying to figure out like what is a way bill, and I was like, way, like the weight, and it's like, no, it's like W-A-Y bill. How am I not running this? It's I don't know, it's really weird. But it's like bureaucracy, like you say.
It's bureaucracy.
It's incredible. Like everyone deals with it, but like when he's saying that, I'm thinking like the time we actually spend doing what we do versus stupid crap.
Yep.
And
Agreed.
I just figure like eventually like hopefully we'll get over this whole like we're all in love with the nation state right now, and I get it, and like, but part of me has like wow, no, I shouldn't say this. It's not like because globalist means something creepy.
Yeah, agreed.
But when you're dealing with like, it's like it should not be so much hassle to just go over the freaking Canadian border.
Right. That should not be complicated.
But them and the U.S. like they're so interested in like, oh, well, how much does it weigh? Because I tax you 5% if it's over 5 pounds, or how much did it cost? Is it, forest green or tropical green? Because there's a tax on that. And it's just, I mean, I'm being kind of facetious, but it's like, if somehow we can get over that crap, like these arbitrary lines,
Yeah. That would be great.
because I'm sure there's like there's a way for our world to become a global world that's not like the Klaus Schwab school.
I hope so. Gosh.
But we're obviously not ready for it.
No.
So it's not. I think that's almost one of the downfalls of the left stuff is they have great ideas that are like 500 years away.
Yeah.
Like it would be a great idea if we had the surplus of resources for free healthcare. It's like it's not like conservatives like I want some people to die because they can't. It's like just the reality is like we can't. We've been doing certain types of surgeries for like 20 years. Like just pump the brakes.
They try to fast track everything.
Yeah, and then they make it evil. Like, okay, like we pump, liquid out of the ground.
Yeah.
That's like compressed organic matter from however long ago. We'll have descendants that are like, wow, so crude.
Right.
But
until then, like
it's like that's what we do.
The world.
We can't pretend otherwise.
Yeah, like eventually it'll probably just be solar. I mean, that's the most energy we can even fathom. Is just like the sun powers everything in our world.
Can we even capture that much though?
Not right now.
Compared to nuclear.
So
I don't know.
like I've heard stuff. Like,
Well, the sun is like nuclear reactor, so
right.
it's the same
It's the
thing.
same nuclear reactor.
How
It's just
how
happening.
many solar panels do we need though? Right?
So Elon Musk says if we have, what did he say, like so many like square acres in Texas? Did he say like 100 by 100? I can't remember.
Mm-hmm.
He's like, if we had that, we could power the U.S. It's like, okay, but like, could we? And he's not since said that, which I don't know if he's changed his mind, but like it's a lot. It's like 108.
100 square miles.
It's a lot. It's like a chunk of Texas.
But then you have to transfer that energy.
You have to transfer it, and it only works when it's daylight. So then you have to have like batteries to capture that, which he's working on batteries, which that's cool. Elon Musk.
But there's also only so much like lithium, right?
And when you think about how that's mined, it's horrible. You look at those cobalt mines where kids are literally like chiseling away, and they're getting paid like pennies a day, and it's toxic. It's horrible.
Yeah.
Well, I
All
guess
of it's horrible.
that's what I mean is like, obviously I'm just talking sci-fi, but it's not sci-fi, it's just sci-future. Like, we'll do it. We're just not going to do it this weekend. And that's kind of the thing.
Infrastructure is half the battle, right?
Yeah, it's like we're still barely getting off a wire. Like, we've been off wires like a decade.
Like, for a second, yeah.
Yeah, and that's really only small things. It's not like big Tesla, old original Tesla ideas.
Yeah.
So, like, I see it as inevitable as long as our culture doesn't collapse or something. But, like, we'll figure this stuff out, and we can see it. It's like humans have always been watching birds. How long did it take us to mimic them and actually do it, fly? We can see the sun. You can tell, like, nothing's so far away, and it still burns. I mean, that's a lot of energy.
It's a ton.
And again, it powers everything. This tree turned sunlight into food that so, like, it's a ton of energy. So we'll either harness the sun itself, or we'll figure out how to produce energy the way the sun does it. But we don't know how yet, and that's okay.
Yes.
So I believe that the Earth creates natural gas indefinitely. I do, and I almost subscribe to the idea that the Earth creates its own, like, oil. It's a crazy concept, but it's like, where did
that it's not organic matter, or that it's like,
it's like, when I grew up, it's like, oh, it's like dinosaurs.
Yeah.
Nope. I think the Earth continues to generate oil and natural gas.
There's a lot of
and it might do
evidence
it indefinitely
towards that, but it's not. Well, just like a lot of the things we're not allowed to talk about.
You can't say that.
Yeah.
But there's no reason to think that it's not slowing down.
How frustrating is that? To be like, everyone wants to ascribe to this, like, model of, eventual Star Trekdom of a way of living. It's like, that's the Carl Sagan way.
Yeah.
And, like, you want this, and yet you're, like, not thinking in this way.
Right.
Of a rational, apolitical thing of, this seems to be the data regardless of political influence.
The data.
That's why it seems like our civilization's, like, dying, because we're in such a mindset of, like, lack and scarcity.
Yeah.
Like, no one, probably since we went to the moon, if I think about it.
If we did.
No, we sure, yeah. But, like, that's the president talking, right? So no, like, high-profile politician is talking about, like, we got these problems, and we're gonna go there. We're gonna do this. It's all like, well, we gotta cut back on this, guys. We gotta do that. It's like, we have 8 billion people. Like,
right.
What can we not do?
And I've heard some compelling arguments from the right that says, what's to say, like, we think about natural resources. What's a natural resource? Like trees? Like water? Like, we've had water since the dawn of time. It's not going away. Water's neither created nor destroyed, right? Law of...
The matter.
It's matter.
Oh, yeah, so yeah.
We have all the water we've ever had and that we'll ever need.
Mm-hmm.
So what are you talking about? And then...
Yeah, we're running out of water.
Trees. You know what trees like? CO2. They love that. So we'll probably end up with more trees, the same amount of water. What are we talking about?
Yeah, it's either all fake or we're all idiots.
It's all fake or we're all idiots. I completely agree with that assessment. Yeah. It's like, seriously, like...
What's the problem?
What's the problem?
And how is it insolvable?
It's not.
I guess that's the thing. It's like, okay, so we are running out of water. Oh, let's fix it.
Where does the water go? Is it someone sucking it up and hiding it away? Nope.
No, it's called the water cycle.
It's water.
It's taught in schools, and we all understand how it works, and the water isn't going anywhere.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, we're in a closed system.
Yeah.
You know?
Very much so.
It's kind of cool. But yeah, that's
So glad that you joined us.
Hey, Dominic, nice for you to be here.
He dropped the crazy gene on us. It was awesome.
I'm the worst.
No, you're good.
Well, that's what
I was
like,
ready.
You're not feeling good. You should just, just say. I was like, I can't. First of all, I can't invite someone to a thing and then like not
I'm
come.
glad you came. We were fine. I can handle gene.
It was drinking from a fire hose.
At first, it was.
Yeah, when I got here, it slowed down.
Yeah,
I tried my best to calibrate.
Well, it's a lot because it mixed. It's kind of all over the place.
And I had your message like, ask him about this and that. So I led a little bit of it, but he came out hot. It was fine.
Well, because there's like there's like the heavy, like
The Zen
anything
stuff.
out of the east is cool.
Yeah.
Anything out of the west is kind of like, all right.
Yeah.
Especially like the Christian church, but like not enough to be like I'm not Christian. So you got to mix it
was
in.
all interesting.
And then the reincarnation stuff,
That's right before you showed up.
and then so it's like it's all over. I've never got it all at the same time. It's always like
We got
One-
We got the full dose.
Yeah.
one story, and
I've
then
never met him before, but
I love it. I
And he had his dog with him, which
was made it entertaining or whatever.
so pardon Gene if you're watching this far into the video at any point, but
Oh no, we're still.
is he like never married, always
I
single?
think so.
He was married.
Oh,
Like,
he
way
mentioned
back.
that, yeah.
Okay.
It wasn't long. There's no kids. I think she got an abortion.
Yeah, he said there were no kids. He didn't have any
And that,
kids. So.
I don't know, but yeah, like he'll
Then there was the serial romances.
the serial epic romances.
Yes.
There's I mean, I don't know because like you just gotta go with people's stories, but I think he just did the like California Playboy life till
That's what it sounded like.
his folks got old and he came back here to take care of him.
So
And his description, I don't know when he said it was that it happened, but his description of kind of having a book that sort of turned him around and made him realize not the belief, but the knowledge of God, like knowing that God existed rather than believing. Because he said, like, if anyone asks me if I believe in God, I say no. He's like,
Believe in Svasekas.
he's like, I know God exists.
it's like I knew.
and
He's talking
so,
the light on the other side of it.
Oh, so yeah, the light thing, yeah.
yeah, he
Which I appreciate.
moves so quickly.
So
And
good,
there's like an expectation, like a social expectation, which I've come across this with certain people before, where they move on like this loftier framework quickly and quicker than other people do, and expect you to be able to keep up. And I kind of got that vibe from him too,
He moved quickly.
and expected us to know what he was talking about, which.
You've got to have a wide breadth of
Yeah, like I tried, like I'm a
Stuff.
sci-fi guy, and I tried to. Like,
You
relate-
did. I watched. I kind of sat here and watched.
Yeah, I tried my best to relate to him at like my loftiest.
Which sci-fi, Aaron, you much better.
Yeah,
more
and even
sci-fi.
still,
You tried to keep up.
even still, I was like, "Have you heard of this movie? It's my favorite." And he's like, "It's okay," and I'm like,
Okay.
"All
dang.
right, I'm in for a treat here."
You did good.
It was quite lofty. I tried my best to keep
No,
up.
he loves
but,
the old school sci-fi. Or
So-
like 60s, 50s.
But he speaks in such riddles. It's so hard to keep up. It's like
he's very.
he's all about like the language and the words, but then at the same time he'll like off into like something like, hold on, what did you just say?
Yeah, like
Yeah.
how does what I say just relate to anything you just went on a little story about?
Yep. 17 layers later, you'll get it.
Yeah,
You know, that's not fair.
it's not fair.
That's G.
But like I didn't really get a chance to dial into this because he was moving so quickly
He moves so quickly.
that I wanted to talk about, like, it seems like his life is so inundated with these very esoteric, obtuse, mysterious
Yes.
supernatural
super interesting
things that it sort of like set him off on a different trajectory of how he views the world.
And you did a great job where that you stopped him and moved him back. Like, what do you mean by that? What do you mean by that? You did that all the time.
Because I could tell that he was moving farther away from like a normal conversation than I was used to. That I'm like, I need to like,
I have no idea what you're talking about.
I need to ground you for a second to like.
It was great. You did.
Well, that's why I knew like a lot of his experiences and stuff you guys would find interesting.
Yep.
But it is hard to like. Can we just unpack this one thing? Like,
This one thing.
What was that?
And he had so much to say that like, I don't know if I would say he like didn't value diving into one thing, but like I wanted him to.
It's his story. It is what he is.
It's like, okay, you've said like 50 other things that are interesting. Can we go back to what you said 15 seconds ago?
Well, I could also see like what is this, like the fourth time I hung out with you guys or something?
Fourth or fifth.
Fourth or fifth. So
it's like
You're part
when
of
you
the family.
first, well, no, but like, so when you first are invited to say like a podcast, you kind of assume like this is the one time I'm going to be on because there's going to be someone else.
Right.
And there, at least for me, there's like this pressure to just all the cool things I've ever thought about in the last 5 years. I need to say them all like tonight.
In the one time.
Yeah. And then as like you guys keep inviting me back, I feel like less
It becomes more casual.
pressure to say anything super profound because it'll happen or it won't.
Yeah.
Or next time it'll happen. But if it's just like, this is my one time being invited onto the news, I've got to say all the cool things.
There may have been part of that too.
But of course, at his age, maybe he doesn't give a crap. You know?
But also, like, I don't want to like speak for him, but like, does he have the opportunity to do this?
I don't think so.
Yeah.
Like, he comes and hangs out with me and my wife and my kids.
He said that you guys are in like the weird pew, like.
Weird. It's just my family. Oh well, yeah. Look, I guess when we met him,
Yeah.
because he doesn't go to church with us anymore.
Okay. I didn't get a chance to ask him what his current, because like I asked him at first like how he knew Greg and you, and he said that like you guys were in like the weird pew at church, and I didn't get to ask him if like that was like then and or now.
Yeah, no, we met him at the church I'm at now, but then
Okay.
I left that church like 10 years ago,
Okay.
and I've been back a year and a half,
All right.
and he's since left.
Oh,
So kind of,
I see.
but through that initial time, we became friends, and he comes over once every maybe 2 weeks, 2-3 weeks, and we'll do this or whatever, and he gets along great with my wife, gets along great with my kids, and
Wow.
we have like, I was kind of alluding to that earlier, like,
Here we go.
Here we go.
Up and
Do
over.
it.
it's not a conscious, like, this is our mission, but we've noticed that
Got it.
we tend to collect people like around that age, like in their like 70s.
Kind of like the misfits who don't really have a place to land.
Yeah,
Okay.
because you'll have the guys that like they got all their kids and all the grand and all this stuff, and that's great. But there's a lot of people that age that either their kids don't care or their kids don't exist, like him or whatever. We kind of end up collecting a lot of those, and like they're different. Like there's a reason they're not around a lot of people, because they rub people the wrong way,
Sure.
because they're abrasive or they're weird, or they don't care anymore about, I don't want Greg to like me, so I'm not going to say this. When you hit 70, you're like, I don't give a crap.
Right.
I'm going to say what I'm going to say. And
I was surprised he knew that he was called Crazy Gene.
he like promote like
That's his name.
That's his name?
That's his thing. Like he
Nice.
likes it.
Okay. I didn't know that, so I didn't want to like push that button.
No, yeah. He like starts breaking down and crying. What did they call?
What did they call?
No, I
I'm
think
not
that's like
that
his.
crazy.
Is that in his email? Like, is it Crazy Gene at
It is.
Gmail or something? So,
Right.
No, he likes that. And I don't know why he likes us, like my family, but he does, and we really like him.
There's an authenticity to it, right? It's like there's no facade, there's no pageantry to it. It's just like, this is who I am, and there's so many people who have a facade about them that don't want to dive any deeper than like what feels good.
Yeah.
Which is really sad.
And we have a lot of fun because I think of us as Orthodox, little O, right?
Little O, yeah.
And he's like not all Orthodox. Like, but he's not like a hardcore atheist where we're just like, we have no common ground.
Right.
He grew up like Episcopal, I think. Mm-hmm. Probably said that.
We didn't talk. We actually, in retrospect, we didn't talk much about Christianity.
That's okay.
Which is kind of crazy.
He ran fairly quick to Zen.
We did. And the Trinity subject was interesting.
Yeah.
But we didn't talk a whole lot about just like Christianity. Just like it, we sort of skirted around the surface. He talked about what he didn't like about the Western Church and all that. But I can see how he might throw some wrenches in people's, the way they view the world. And I was trying my best to keep up with him and like be charitable, and it was like it was a challenge at moments.
And it's classic Gene, like speaking in riddles.
Yeah.
Which he always does. Like, Gene, what are you saying? Just say the thing. Just say it like it is.
What are you saying? He loves it though.
Oh.
Like, if he sees that like confusion on your face, like that's his sweet spot.
Oh yeah, it's a sweet spot.
And you think Gene's bad? Wait till you hang out with Anne.
Yes.
So who's this Anne that I keep hearing getting referenced?
This is classic Gene. He talks about people you don't know who he's talking about.
Yeah. But and he says it like in a way
you should know.
Like, well, Father says this or something.
Right.
You see,
it's like, whose father? Like, oh, your father?
And I get this from millennials who are very insecure about their social group. So they act like they're friends. Yeah. Everyone knows they're friends, and so they talk about them as if everyone knows them. So that's the context which I know everyone talks about people who I don't know. But for someone that old, it's more obtuse to me.
Yeah, it's like, pretty unique.
Who's this legendary Anne that you're referencing?
Legendary.
She's as far as she's explained it to me, she's I'd say she's probably in her 70s too. She's saying she's Gene, but she was like a big time like Democrat operative. Like she for a while she was the kind that would she was married to the Attorney General or the Lieutenant General or something.
Did you say like part of 1 to 2 cults?
Well, yeah. So I think he's referring to the Catholic. She grew up Catholic in San Francisco.
Okay.
And she'll say that's a cult, and then the Democrat Party. Did
you bring her up before?
Yeah, we were talking about
because the whole Catholic
original
thing,
sin. Where she had made
Dan.
that comment.
Okay.
Yeah,
so
she made that comment. Yeah.
All right.
So she's a sweet lady. Definitely very confident that she is the smartest person in the room always, and she will let you know that.
Nothing you do is right. It's all right.
Relentlessly let you know that. Again, she likes us.
But she's mad smart. Like she knows how the other side works.
Yeah, so she's not dumb.
It's all evil. It's all deceptive, and she'll admit to that, which is.
Like, what's cool about her is she's that late person that you always knew existed, but everyone's like, no. Or like, she's like, forever, like, it was my job to, like, you're running for XYZ. I'm going to research the heck out of you. And then I'm going to leak this, and I'm going to do that, and whatever. I mean,
so she gets that.
Yeah, so it's a little, like, unnerving. Because Gene's a lot more like lighthearted in his stuff.
She is not pessimistic at all.
Yeah.
Or optimistic. She's 100% pessimistic.
Hey.
But you want to listen to her. It's like, all right, what do you know? And what she knows,
okay.
like, freaks you out.
Wow.
Yeah.
So she's super cool. I like her. And I was teased Gene that it's his girlfriend, but it's not.
Oh my gosh, how does that go?
He doesn't really appreciate it.
Because they hang out. They hang out.
Yeah, I don't think he appreciates that.
So would you say it's like someone who is very, like, ardently critical but in a neutral sense, but it doesn't come across well in social contexts?
Yes.
Is that how you would say it? And just based on what you've given me.
It's complicated.
It's really,
It's really
one cannot be told.
Is it positive? Is it uncomfortable?
It's the thing that we shall not speak of.
Okay.
It's that level.
Okay.
Would you agree?
Yeah, I should have her on or something. Or at least meet her or something.
Off camera. She will not do it on camera.
She won't?
She won't. No way she will.
Yeah. I should probably.
But
She knows, like,
she
where a
knows
lot
their
of bodies are buried. Like,
She
in
knows
the
all the
state
bodies.
specifically. And probably back in California.
Of what?
She was one of them.
One of what?
Like the people that make sure Hunter Biden's laptop doesn't ever get looked through, or
Okay. And she
or-
flips sides.
yeah, that's a good inch because I don't know that either. Why?
I don't know either.
I feel like she
I don't trust that.
she pissed off the wrong person, and
I don't know the whole story.
yeah, I don't know.
Which
I feel like
means-
I'm lacking a lot of context here. I don't know what's going on.
Well, she's a I don't know if she's a hardcore, but she's a conservative now.
X.
But just like ex-hardcore, like I worked for, not like I vote Democrats.
Deep,
like I worked
deep
for.
state.
Like, worked for the Democrat machine.
Okay.
And then, we don't know why, she fled.
And she's local?
Yeah.
She's local.
Okay.
And she's behind the scenes, and she wants to be behind the scenes. And she
On-
knows exactly how
On the other side now?
on our side,
Okay.
we don't know how or why. And she knows exactly how the other side works.
Is this a recent flip?
I don't know.
I don't know if it's a recent flip.
Maybe in
but
the
it's a
10 years.
yeah.
I'm just asking as someone who's ignorant.
No, so recent when you're like
Ignorant as
70, but not recent in our terms.
Okay.
I just get the sense that like she pissed off the wrong person, then kind of like went into hiding or something.
I agree. I have the same sense. Like, she's in hiding.
Okay. Interesting.
Yeah, it's very interesting.
Because she's from the left, like there's no honor right among thieves. Like they're all. But she's super interesting. But it's gonna be more like Like she's not gonna. You're not gonna have like a fun Christian talk with her.
Sure.
She's gonna mock
she'll
you
not come
for
onto
it,
our podcast
and
say
then
the things.
I understand.
she's one of those where like she's all over me all the time about like you need to get in politics and lean into the black thing and just like anyone who opposes you, call them racist or whatever. And like that doesn't work. It works, but that doesn't. I don't think it works long term.
It's the left's political strategy. It's
Yeah,
like for the right, it's like, oh, we don't really do that.
yeah.
It's not cool.
So she's big on like a woman kick of like, you know, guys are just idiots.
In the last little bit of this podcast, not to completely change the subject, but this is something Haley brought up the other night, and I thought, like, I agreed with it, and I was curious as to what you guys thought about it. But there are certain things that the left, like, if you criticize it, that's like verboten. Like, you can't criticize, you know, these certain things, such as like climate change or racism, any, you know, certain things where you can't question its existence. And I think on the right, you run into the anti-Semitic thing, especially with Israel, as this thing like where you cannot critique Israel.
Okay.
To the point, especially recently, like anytime Israel does something wrong, you are not allowed to point it out.
That's
Obviously, you have like Shapiro, who is a Jew and wants to. I think that he is very blind to critique of Israel in general. But anytime someone on the right, like, says anything 1% negative about Israel, they're seen as like fringe. You're not one of us.
It's gotta be like our eschatology, like bleeding into our political.
And
stuff, right?
when she brought that up, I'm like, there's a few things on the right that, like...
Don't mess with the flag.
Yeah, exactly.
That's why I was saying, like, I know you're going to hate me because everyone loves the nation state, but it's like, it's probably going to be a lame idea in 1,000 years. But, yeah, like, so the country as a concept or whatever, like, don't mess with that. Yeah,
like
Israel.
We on the right value free speech and these freedom of ideas so much, and yet there's like a couple small areas where if anyone has any critique, we do that leftist thing of like, oh, you can't critique them or else you're one of the bad guys. Like there's a couple, like it's not much, but there's a few of them where it's like, oh, if Israel does something slightly wrong, you can't say anything about it, or else you're anti-Israel. And I'm like, that doesn't make any sense to me.
I think but that's got to be like our eschatology, or right? Like, there's so much buy-in, right? Like, and you probably figured out, like, I don't really buy into the whole end times we're going to be raptured to Christ and all this stuff.
Likewise.
But there's so much buy-in from the American right on this idea that the current state we call Israel plays this fundamental role in like the end of days in God's plan, that they're like, those who bless you all bless, those who curse you all curse, that it's this obsessive, like, you have to, no matter what, like, Israel's got to be like, they might be the most like anti-Christ nation that there is. Like, you can't even wear like a cross t-shirt or like it's illegal there. And they're as leftist as you can get. But because, and it's really weird because we're almost like forcing God's hand on prophecy. It's like, we created this Israel. In what was it, 1948 or something. And then now we think like, oh, because it exists, all this prophecy is going to happen and all this stuff. And so we've built a whole like ideology around like idolizing this nation, like no matter what they do. And they got to be like the most godless as far as the way we understand like a nation that you can think of.
And it's like, you have a support Israel, or does Andrea does? You have the ballot on your profile picture.
Yes.
Yeah, Andrea has the support Israel. Yeah. And it's like, all fine, all well and good. But like at the end of the day, like as weird as it is to say, it's like the Jewish people are the one that should be oriented toward Christ. Like that was the point.
That's the point.
Like Israel should have been the one who embraced Christ, and they didn't. And so we're in this weird time now where it's like, yeah, I support Israel, but also like they're at odds.
Right. Then you get into replacement theology.
Right.
Right.
It's very
Which
difficult.
I probably, like I flirt with.
I flirt with it too.
Because like we support Israel. Fine. Like, what do they do at all? Like, what do we know about that?
As far as Christ and Messiah,
They're God's
just
chosen people, but they are rejecting the truth.
they're rejecting all the truth.
Yeah, they're rejecting all the truth. There's lots of, like, do we even know who they are anymore? They're spread out across the whole world because they were basically just dismembered like 2,000 years ago. And yeah, that religion's popped up here and there, but like one day we just decided we're going to reinstitute where we think this place is and tell a bunch of, people that, like, Judaism today, like, looks like nothing like what you read about in the Bible.
Yeah.
So it's just like, why are we... And what's funny is they only exist because of Christians, who at the end of the day, they hate.
Yeah.
Because if
Such a weird
the
relationship
U.S.,
now.
like, as we're getting less and less Christian, one day, this whole, like, we've got to back Israel because God says so, will be gone because we're not a Christian nation anymore. And that's why they exist.
And so
Because all
many
the Christians.
And like you were bringing up, like how many like Hamas apologists there are right now, being like, oh yeah, anything anti-Israel, sure, that's probably good.
Yeah, because that's weird. It's weird to talk like this because then you're like, wow, does that put me on the side of the...
No, it doesn't.
I mean, no.
Sorry,
but
Shapiro, it doesn't.
I can't.
I want the best
Shapiro
for you, which
anyway.
means I want you to come to Christ.
Yeah.
You know?
And so I'm much more like, it really seems like Israel's just another ethnos now. And that's like
hard to
really
say, but
mind blowing
it's-
because we're all raised with like Israel. Like, for me, it's like two-pronged. It's like, how do we even know we're dealing with Israel as we read it in the Bible? How do we even know that we're dealing with...
Sure.
And then two, it's like, how are we reading our Bibles incorrectly?
And how much of Israel is located to just that one place versus how much has spread to the rest of the world? You know, like Israel could be in New York, Jews wherever. But yeah, I agree. One of the few esoteric parts of theology that I have not dived into is like covenant theology versus dispensationalism and Israel's relation to, post New Testament church and theology and reality. And so I genuinely don't know how to feel about Israel.
I get that. I'm in a weird, struggling too.
I want to support them and I want them to come to Christ. But beyond that, I'm like, I don't.
But it's like,
know how
I want
feel.
Hamas to come to Christ?
Exactly.
What makes... Why am I cool with Israel, not with...
Yeah.
They're both rank pagan. They're not pagan, but they're not Christian.
They're not with Christ.
They're both living out what not living as Christ looks like.
Yeah.
And they're both fighting over this ancient... The sons of Ishmael versus the
Very ancient.
sons of Isaac thing, and I feel like they don't realize Christ moved on from that a long time ago.
Yeah.
And then you get into a replacement theology, right? It's like, all right, so the Jews, they lost it, they're done, forget it. We're replacement, we're the new, Israel, we're the new. It's like, I don't know that I agree with that too, but at the same time, it's obvious there's a lot of heat in the Middle East. I don't know. It's when I see what's going on currently, I get concerned. Hamas, freaking shit, they're just off the rails, right? Barbarians. And so when you look at good versus evil, it's pretty obvious who the evil is. And why is that? Like, why are they so evil? Why are they so hell-bent on abolishing, like, Jews in, like, that area? Like you listen to their chanting, like, oh yeah, we're gonna... I can't remember whatever their chant is, but, like, from the sea to the whatever, like, we're gonna basically clear them all out. It's like, you're gonna kill everybody in that region. Like, that's crazy. That's crazy.
Now, pardon my ignorance, are Hamas, like, are they Islam?
They're Muslim.
Okay.
And they're
Jihad.
they're on what, another level? I don't even know.
Or like Christianity, there's like all flavors.
Yeah.
And they're hardcore.
They're so hardcore.
I mean, like,
How do you
ISIS level?
Yeah, ISIS
Yeah.
level, I'd say for sure.
Alright.
Hamas
And
is
it makes sense, like that. So that religion's more barbaric in general than ours is. So of course the hardcore, I guess, right wing of that is gonna look crazy to us. But because we have the same thing, like we have all the way from like the rainbow pastors to the like let God smite them.
Yeah.
That tornado was because whatever. So you just like dial it up when like their liberals are
Right.
the ones that are like, yeah, we should probably kill most of them. Like that's their liberals. So
That's crazy.
it's but it's weird because you're right, because you're like, well, what are the, like, it kind of makes sense. It's like, well, if this is God's chosen people, of course, like, they're hated. In another sense, you're like, I don't know. I'm trying to like chart out Revelation a little bit because like our pastor's been kind of going through it, and as he's talking through all these different things that you're reading, you know, we say all the like all this stuff that's gonna happen, and as he's going through like, well-known historians, and they're just like, it's like that was this, and that was this, and that was this, and so then you're like, well, wait a minute. It's like Revelate, like all that stuff is not like the destruction of the world; it's the destruction of Israel.
Yeah.
And saying basically like you've poured yourself out like one too many times, and this was always for the whole world, and you wanted to hoard it for yourself while also being like in bed with the Romans and this and that. And it's like, you know, done, and not into like, and that's why we hate Jews today, Johnny, because that's stupid.
Right.
But it's just like the whole special. Now it's just like you follow Christ or you don't.
So, I know we're at the tail end.
Yeah,
Be asking more deep
With
questions.
so much
very
decomposed.
telling.
More deep questions, but like one last thing, because I this is a topic I want to dive deeper on in future episodes that we haven't had a chance to. And this is actually something that Steven, my friend on Facebook, who asked the weird questions.
I saw the question.
Yeah. Listens to all our episodes. He's actually commented on our YouTube videos.
Excellent.
On my second channel with different things. He wants us to talk about the new heavens and the new earth,
Okay.
which I know very little about. I don't know what you guys know
I
about.
have a book that we should all read, which I know we won't.
But that is a subject that I really want to dive into. But this is kind of related. What were we just talking about? I apologize.
Israel or heavens and the new earth.
Shoot. It was something we were just talking about, and I had it, and now I've lost it.
Not like eschatology, the end of the world, terrorism,
I don't know. I lost it. Yeah, I think we're done.
Zen.
Then, no, this has been a good episode. It's been wild, but
all over the place.
I could tell as soon as he started talking that like he had that domineering type of social demeanor.
Oh yeah, like not like I'm offering this up and what do you guys think? It's like if you disagree with me, you're stupid.
A little bit, not in a bad way, but just like
I don't hate you, but you're kind of silly. And
like I'm expecting everyone to be on my wavelength, and so we just listen.
I love it. Oh, Virgie.
But
Funny.
it was very enlightening, very pleasant, very challenging.
Yep.
So, yeah.
That was a lot of fun with him.
Happy Halloween, everyone.
Yeah.
Are you guys doing anything for Halloween?
Our church does Reformation Day.
Nice.
And so
Martin Luther Day.
yeah, and so they're doing. We're probably gonna pin the thesis on the door.
Nice.
Excellent.
It's corny to me, but
One of my friends, my wife's close friend, her husband, hardcore Calvinist, always loves to like post Reformation Day memes on October 31st.
I get so sick of them because, like, the Reformation's not like the height of Christianity at all. All it is a bunch of guys recognizing like we've totally lost our way and we need to like abort. Well, not abort, but like self-correct.
Yeah, left turn.
And so,
Which, by the way, you look super creepy with your hood on right now.
do I?
Yeah.
The beanie on?
The shadow behind you.
I just think it totally changes my demeanor, or like my look when I've got like a beanie on.
Oh gosh.
Yeah, me too.
My wife's called me man.
I see.
She's funny. She gets so like
Tell me more about Calvinism.
so.
Which I watched your video, Calvinism and Molinism. It was good.
You know,
Appreciate that.
did I say like I didn't even
What's
watch it
Calvinism?
yet? Calvinism.
No, it was good. I appreciate it.
You posted a video about that?
I didn't post. I think I shared a YouTube to you guys. I even think I said, hey, I haven't watched this yet, but this.
Yeah, you did.
And you were like, oh, it's my guy, because it wasn't it? What's his face?
it was Wheeling Craig
Yeah.
against James White, right?
It was a good video.
Yeah,
It was
I
a great
didn't even watch
conversation.
it. I was like, I'm gonna come back to this.
The Alpha Omega guy, right?
Yep.
James White.
Yep.
Yeah.
It was good.
I'd actually seen that debate a little while back, and they were kind of, as with most like Calvinist versus Arminianism, whatever it is, like people like speak past each other a little bit, and like that was something that I actually really admired about Gene. Was like at the very outset I could tell that he cared about like words and their definitions.
He really did.
And I like commended him for that because like he made a point to use like very specific words to describe certain things. And like I was very appreciative of that because like in like inter-Christian debates, people are speaking past each other all the time, and I see
all
it.
the time.
And I'm like, you guys are like academics, and like you're missing each other. Like you should know.
Well, we just like we're not searching for like what's the truth. It was like I've decided it's Calvin's Institutes.
Yep.
Right.
And you decided it's your Schofield Edward.
Right.
Instead of like, I like that when we first were hanging out, you brought up Molinism because like, it's this blend,
Sure.
and it doesn't necessarily mean it's right or something, but it's like it's at least letting go that like my camp is totally right and yours is totally wrong.
And like everyone comes, like every Christian comes to that impasse with soteriology where they're like, this is like, I don't know how to make sense of this because the Bible like seems to be saying all of these things and it doesn't make sense. So like, how can I compartmentalize this in my head to where it's not like constantly giving me trouble?
Yeah.
And like everyone comes to different agreements, and I don't care, but like I like to hear what other people think because it's like, oh, maybe that's right, I don't know, it's fun.
Yeah, I love it. We should talk about that more. I should really hit the road.
Break it down.
Done.